So we have reached 50 now. I can see here. That's good. It seems that people are still joining. So we'll wait a little bit.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. It's good to see you. So many of you.
So long time we didn't see each other.
Yeah,
that's
right.
You worked so hard with this final report you made. You know, it's very good structural report. I like it.
It would have been good to have an in-person meeting now, but we didn't get funding.
Have a nice day. Yeah. Hello, Jean-Baptiste.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
So 58 now. People still joining, I can see. Should we wait a bit more, Michelle?
We have a tight program.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we will just start. It's 7 past. So I think we'll just get on with the program now. So it's so good to see so many of you. Welcome to this final OmegaNet meeting. It's been quite a long journey, 4.5 years now, and it's been so good to work with all of you. And we wished so much that we could have met in person for this last meeting. We could have hugged each other and kissed each other as we did in the beginning, but we were not allowed by cost to get funding for an in-person meeting. So that's how it is. We hope to get further funding, and we hope then to be able to meet in person. That would have been great, but as for now, well, this is how we can meet today. But I'm sure we will have a great meeting anyway. We will present and share a lot of things we have done and accomplished during these 4.5 years, and celebrate ourselves, I should say, which will be great. And welcome to this celebration meeting. Michelle, will you share the presentation now? So this is the welcome session here.
Is the presentation working?
Yep.
Okay.
So the presentation is working, is that you said?
Yeah.
Because I cannot see it here, but it may be slow for me.
Well, it's made it to Australia.
Okay, so that's good. So the second slide, welcome to OmegaNet final online meeting 2022. So we 114 participants from 35 countries have registered for this meeting, which is great. As I said, 4.5 years of networking and international collaboration. We have had 4 working groups with several task groups and many deliverables. We have done capacity building and training. We have had 4 training schools. And now I understand why I didn't see it. 24 or 25 CSM, short-term scientific missions, 8 ITC conference grants, and 3, and hopefully soon 4 virtual mobility grants have been granted for especially the early career researchers, which has been great. And as we have told you, we have also worked to and been thinking about the long-term sustainability of this network, because it's we think it's so important to continue this great collaboration, and we will continue whether we get further funding or not, but hopefully with funding. So the next slide. A reminder here now regarding the meeting etiquette and guidelines. Please keep your microphone muted except when you are speaking. And also during the presentations, keep the video off except when speaking. This could save some capacity for the system. If you want to raise a question or give a comment, please raise your electronic hand if you would like to speak. There's a raise hand button on the right hand of your screen under reactions, I believe. Yes. And or you can click on the participants button on the taskbar on the bottom of your screen, and there you can also raise your hand. Or you can use the chat function also to ask questions or give comments. Next slide. In order to get a good overview of who is participating, we'd like you to put your name in this format here with the country code in parentheses, and then your first name and last name. So for an example, me then, NO for Norway in parentheses, and then my name. You can see the country codes here. You probably already know them, but in case you don't, you will see them here. And the way you change the name, you can see here in the next slide. You click on the participants button, as you can see here. Yeah, it says here at the top of the Zoom window, it's at the bottom on my screen. So hold the mouse over the name in the participants list on the right side on the Zoom window and click on, I usually click on more, and then you can rename. And enter the name you'd like to appear in the Zoom window and click on OK. So if you click on the participant button, hold the mouse over your name and click on more and rename, and then enter the name and click on OK. So that's it. Yes, so here we are, all OmegaNet countries, or not quite all, because they are not shown. The United States and Australia do not show here, but we are 33 participating COST countries, so 32 out of the 38 European COST member states, and Israel, the COST cooperating state. We have 4 near neighbor countries, Belarus, Morocco, Palestine, and Russia, and 3 international partner countries, Australia, USA, and United Arab Emirates. In the new system, COST system, after Horizon Europe started, they're no longer called near neighbor countries and international partner countries. We have not really got the overview, or we don't really understand what they are supposed to be called now. So we keep on using near neighbor countries and international partner countries. But if we get further funding, we will have to look more into that. And we have one international organization, the IARC. So, and we are, I think, about 250 people who are participating or who have participated in different activities in OmegaNet, and that is really amazing. Next, please. Yes, you have probably used our website and it is still there, so please use it. We have a lot of resources here, training course, presentations, and links to the webinars and training course sessions, also the online training course, and a lot of other things. So please use our website. So next. And Michelle.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ingrid. So this is the overview for the first part of day 1 of today. So we are going to shortly turn it over to our chair, Evangelia Nena, who will lead us through the first session. We'll start with an overview of work accomplished in Working Group 1, and then go through different task groups in Working Group 2. We should end around 11:35, where we'll have a short video and then a break. And then after the break, we will return with presentations from Working Group 3, as well as the COVID task group. And then we'll have another half-hour break around 1:30 with a second video. And then at the end of the day today, to conclude, we will have presentations by different training activity leaders, as well as a discussion on whether OmegaNet contributed to spreading excellence and inclusiveness through Europe. And these are 2 key components of cost actions. So we've invited a small number of panelists to have a discussion with our chair, who will be Maria, in this session on this topic. And so we look forward to hearing their thoughts and ideas, or how could a future network even contribute to spreading of excellence and inclusiveness better in the future. And then on day 2, we will start with the management committee meeting from 11 to 12. This is a new time. If you saw the original version of the schedule, this is a new time. We'll start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And then our final session here, we will have an overview of the discussions of day 1, a short presentation on the legacy and future of OmegaNet. And then we'll have a keynote talk by Laura Bean Freeman, who will be joining us from the United States on occupational cohorts for cancer research. Then we'll have a break, a third video, and then Lex will lead us through a panel discussion with different stakeholders, including Laura, as well as Agnes and Mary, also on the impact and legacy of OmegaNet, and then we will conclude in a final closing session tomorrow. And we also wish to thank Raquel, Joanna, and Maria as well for hosting this online meeting for us as well. So thank you for all of your efforts. We really appreciate it. So now I will stop sharing and switch to the other presentations and start with the working group one presentation. And we welcome questions at the end of each presentation from each working group or task. We hope to have a short discussion with all of you, either with asking questions live or through the chat. So we hope that we'll save a few minutes for discussion after each short presentation. So Evangelie, I'll turn it over you now to chair the rest of the session.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And I think I'm expressing everyone's feeling by saying thank you to both of you for making OmegaNet such a successful cost action. Actually, we will continue with Michelle, who will be presenting us the achievements of Working Group 1, the inventory of occupational cohorts. So Michelle, the floor is back to you again.
Thank you very much. So Working Group 1, Inventory of Occupational Cohorts. So this presentation is on behalf of many people, especially on behalf of Manolis and Vivi and many other contributors who contributed to designing the inventory questionnaire, as well as to who contributed to inviting cohorts to participate in the inventory, and others who spent time also doing quality control of the data that's been entered into the inventory. So this has been a great experience, and I think a very positive experience. And you know, when we started this, we didn't know if it would work. At one point, you know, when we started, we had 10 cohorts in the inventory, and we're wondering if we would be able to get any more. And so we're really happy that now the inventory has over 150 cohorts participating, which I think is a huge success, and a huge success from all of the people listed here. So these are the countries where the cohorts in the inventory come from. We have mainly European cohort studies in the inventory, although we also have a large number of studies from other participating countries, such as Australia, as well as the United States, and large numbers of cohort contributions also from Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden. So thank you very much for your contributions. And we've been working lately to increase the geographic scope of the inventory. So you can see on the list here a small number of cohorts from other countries outside of Europe. So we're really happy to connect with them as well. So some new features since we got started. We have a new logo to give the cohort inventory its own identity, occupationalcohorts.net. We have also developed infographics that update each time a new cohort is entered into the inventory. And now cohorts are now able to edit information in the inventory themselves, whereas before this was not originally possible. So if a cohort has a new data collection on a new topic, they can now enter that into the inventory, or a new follow-up, say, for example. So this just gives a very broad overview of the types of cohorts that are in the inventory. You can see that there are a large number of general population cohorts in the inventory, international cohorts, national cohorts, regional general population cohorts. Also a large number of industry or occupation-based cohorts, and a smaller number of hospital or patient-based cohorts, mother-child cohorts, or generation parents-children studies. So a broad range of cohorts covering general population as well as occupational populations. And in terms of the types of occupational exposures that the cohorts capture, also very broad ranging. There's probably a cohort in the inventory for you that has some information on the exposure you're interested in. You can see here ranging from dusts and fibers to solvents and pesticides, metals, smaller number on nanoparticles, biological factors, physical agents, ergonomics, and a larger number of cohorts on psychosocial domains or capturing information on psychosocial domains, as well as organization of work and working time. So quite a broad coverage of many occupational topics here. The inventory of occupational cohorts is also linked with the Exposome project, which is called EPFOR. And there's a link to the cohort inventory in the EPFOR toolbox as well. So that's another way to promote the inventory and invite more cohorts to participate and promote use of the inventory in research as well. In terms of next steps with the inventory, Ingrid and I, as part of EPFOR, are working to harmonize data from some cohorts in the inventory and eventually conduct pooled analysis on cohorts in the inventory using a new European job exposure matrix and looking at a range of different endpoints. So this is very much ongoing. We wish to thank the different students and researchers that contributed to developing the inventory by completing either a short-term scientific mission or a virtual mobility grant. And they contributed a lot to identifying cohorts, inviting cohorts, and other work. So thank you. We really appreciate your collaboration. In terms of promotion of the inventory has been promoted in different ways. For example, last year at EPICO, we had a symposium where the inventory was presented here. We've also been using the inventory as the basis of an exercise in our most recent OmegaNet training schools. And hopefully there's a European Human Exposome meeting in May in Barcelona. And hopefully we can also present the inventory at that meeting as well. Let's see. In terms of challenges of building the inventory, of course, it's a huge amount of work to recruit cohorts, to invite them to participate. So that's definitely a challenge. There's also some work that needs to be done in terms of ensuring the quality and completeness of the information once it's entered. And then now we're also thinking about sustaining the inventory over time, as well as how to best update the cohort information in the inventory over time and move towards actually harmonizing data contained in cohorts in the inventory. In terms of next steps, this is my last slide. We will continue to work to promote the inventory in different ways. And hopefully we'll have a new virtual mobility grant that will be focused on developing more infographics, including infographics for policymakers based on the inventory, and also work potentially with other relevant scientific associations or societies. We have been speaking about continued efforts to extend the inventory globally. There's been some suggestions to focus the inventory on new and priority topics in occupational health. For example, recently somebody said, it's really hard to find cohorts on migrant workers in the inventory. So maybe we can think about those priority topics in occupational health and redesign the inventory along those priority topics. There's been also some suggestions about expanding the inventory further, even beyond occupational cohorts to other cohorts as well. So it'd be nice to discuss that point. Continue to promote the use of the inventory and eventually, hopefully obtain longer term funding to maintain the inventory. So that was the end of my presentation. I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Michelle. There is a very useful suggestion by Manolis Kogebinas in chat, who is saying that we should prepare a graph of type of cohorts, not only by number of cohorts, but also by population. And I don't know if you want to say something about it. When you read it. I think it's very...
Yeah, that's a great idea. I didn't present too much information on the sample size of the cohorts in the inventory, but of course it's millions and millions of participants captured by the 150 cohorts in the inventory. So we can do more work to present that more clearly in the infographics or in other outputs. Yeah.
Manolis raised his hand, so I think he would like to add something on it.
Yeah, this has been great. And I agree very much with the next steps. And part of it is to make it as attractive as possible when you look at the web. So I think I agree very much that we have to, apart from publication and presentations, we have to make it as attractive. So that was part of my comment also. And if we can have a sort of this interactive maps where you click on Denmark and you see which cohorts are in Denmark, this type of stuff, that will make it, people will look at it more. So as far as we have money to do that, that would be really good. And then the obvious issue is, most important is how we promote the use. And now most of it passes through effort in a way, but we shouldn't remain in effort, because effort is just one project and we want to use it. So Michelle, what would you think about other or others initiatives to promote the use? Effort will be a big boost in having the inventory being used, because that's why we have it. What else could we do apart from effort?
We started to work a little bit with EPICO, but that's another opportunity we could maybe explore a bit further. As well. And I guess it also depends in which direction do we wish the inventory to go. I think some people would like the inventory to remain focused purely on occupational cohorts. I think others have a broader vision and wish to extend the inventory. And I think that's also a related discussion as well.
If we want to focus on priority topics, for example, we could even do things, promotional issues. In the inventory, we have so many cohorts that have migrant populations, this type of thing. Mm-hmm. If we can be a bit more proactive, that would help its use. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's also one raised hand by Susana Vegas.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I was thinking about how to promote and to whom we should promote the inventory. I guess that the agencies in the world that have the responsibility to define occupational exposure limits, for instance, would be very much interested to know that these cohorts are available and they can use it and so on. So maybe my first suggestion is to identify the agencies and at the EU, United States, and other parts of the world that define OALs, and let them know that this is an important resource that is available to be used. Thank you.
And there is also a raised hand by Vivi Slunsen.
Yeah, hi. So maybe it could also be a possibility to ask each representative from each country to reach out to national regulatory boards and the National Research Society in order to promote the initiative. So maybe we could work on some joint material as a inspiration to be used for national reach out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's certainly possible. Hopefully we're having somebody join us to work on topics like that next week. So that's a great idea. We can discuss that together.
Yes, and also in chat, Debbie Glass said that it would be easier for her to have the slide deck available. So there's a lot of discussion in chat also, but as a chair, I'm feeling a little bit anxious because we were running late in time. So maybe, I don't know if Michelle would like to provide us with some information how people can reach you and take answers to all these questions.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the chat. I can't see it right now. And maybe Manolis and Vivi can also help, but I'll take a look at the chat as well. And we'll definitely plan to keep working on this. So even though OmegaNet is officially ending this month, we're not really ending in practice. We're going to keep going. So we'll all keep in touch and see how we can extend this work even more.
Yeah. So I can see that there are suggestions by approaching ILO and WHO and IAC. And yes, I think that's what's in the chat now.
Right, we'll take a copy of the chat too and look at that closely.
Yes, thank you very much. After this interesting discussion about the works of work group 1, we have to move now to work group 2, and we'll start with the first of the 4 different tasks. The presentation will be held by Susan Peters.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll update you on task 2.1. And this is also on behalf of Danielle Vigneault, who couldn't be here today, but it's also on behalf of her. Can we go to the next slides, please? Yeah, so basically what we did here is an inventory similar to the Cohort inventory, but here focusing on the occupational exposure assessment tools. And we collected data, and this is metadata similar to the Cohorts on job exposure matrices, exposure measurement databases, coding schemes, so different coding systems that we have in different countries, and also crosswalks between the different coding systems. And these coding systems, we were interested in both for occupations, but also for industries. And well, we have developed this online inventory tool, and you can see on the right the link to this inventory. So this inventory is open. You can see what is already in there, but there's also still the opportunity to incorporate new information. And we also have a new logo for that, as you can see on the right. And we've had different activities to promote the inventory, because of course, yeah, we had to make that known. So what we did is first to publish an editorial in the Annals of Work Exposure and Health. And we sent out mails to different mailing lists, among others, of course, Meganet, but also the E4 Consortium, EPICO. But what worked best was having targeted mails to people that we knew would have such information. That appeared to be the best approach. And similar to the Cohort inventory, we developed infographics, and I will show you a few later on, and there was some Twitter activity just to promote it and get it, well, that people knew this inventory was existing. And what we did is when people entered their data, we looked closely at what came in, and also checked all the inputs on the metadata, and when needed, we went back to the original the data owner or the custodian, so that, well, to fix missing information and unclear information. Next slide, please. So this is a screenshot from the website, how you would go. So you would go to this website, and you see inventory on the top, and there are several ways to look into this inventory. So you can first you could look at if you want to have a job exposure matrix or a database. But you can also look by a specific country or a keyword. And I think there's a next one. So if you would go for a gem, you click on view, and you see the whole list of gems. And this is just, yes, you can see there are 39 entries there. You just see all the gems listed there. And then if you click on more details, you get information on that specific gem. So in this case, a lower body gem from Denmark. And you can see all the information. And for example, as you see here, of course, the gem name, but also who's the owner and how you could get in contact with that person. And below there is a lot of information on the gem itself. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I said before, we have this inventory, but of course there are way more tools still out there that we don't have the information on yet. So if you do have a job exposure matrix or information on job coding systems, please have a look if it's already in there. If not, provide us with the data, because I think the more complete it is, the more useful it is for the whole community. Next slide, please. So as of August 2021, we've described all the information that was in the inventory at that stage, which we published as well in the Annals of Work Exposure and Health, describing this inventory. And at that stage, we had 36 gems in there, and you can see, well, a lot of them were on dusts and fibers, and fewer on like organization of work and biological factors. We also had quite a few exposure databases, again, a lot on dust and fibers, and we had 29 occupational coding systems from 10 different countries. Next slide. I think there are a few. So, oh yeah, I want to say a special thanks to Alexia Sampri from University of Manchester, who did this as a virtual STSM. She helped us with identifying all this metadata and sorting all this information. So I think there was a nice, unfortunately, she was not able to come to Utrecht to do this work due to COVID, of course, but online that works really well. And there are some new entries already as of March 2022, so that's a good sign. So we hope this will continue with collecting more information. Next slide, please. And this is just a few of the infographics that can also be found on the website. So you can see an overview of the countries where the information comes from. So this is on the job coding systems. You see, well, there are several international ones, of course, like the ISCO coding, and also national local coding systems. And then you can see that on in these colors as well. Next slide, please. And similar graphs we have for the main exposures that we have in the job exposure matrices and the exposure database. And here you can see, unfortunately, the colors don't match, but you can see the names underneath, and you see that, yeah, quite a bit. Dust and fibers are quite a lot, but I think there's really nice distribution, and there are a lot of different exposures covered by the GEMs and the databases. But this also shows that there are more GEMs on the same type of exposure, so that's also interesting to have. So they might cover different regional areas, or cover the same but have a different approach. Next slide, please. So these are the two publications that I referred to earlier that you can look up if you like. Next slide. So I think that's comes to the last slide already. So this was a summary slide of, well, what were the biggest challenges that we faced in terms of the overall well, the overall aim of OmegaNet. So I think in terms of GEMs, we see that there are multiple GEMs on the same exposures. And which is interesting, but of course there's a need for a comparison of these GEMs and also harmonization of GEMs. And if we look at the coding systems, I think there what we see is that there are many different coding systems. We saw that there are almost 30 systems already entered in this inventory. But then the crosswalks between these coding systems are very sparse. So I think it would be good. There are several things that we need to focus on in future studies. I think is that on one hand, we have to focus on the job coding, that we improve that, and we make it more automated, because everyone who has done some coding before knows that it's quite a laborious job to do. So if we can develop better automated coding systems that can perhaps, well, change free text into job coding systems and maybe have options for 5 or more coding systems, that would help enormously. But the step before that, of course, is that we really need good quality job histories in the first place, and that's at the cohort level. So I think that's also something to keep in mind, and that if there are new cohorts collecting information on jobs, that they, well, make sure that it's good information that is specific. So often if you have very vague terms that are really hard to code into a job, because you don't really know what somebody was doing. So I think that were the main messages from task 2.1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. I cannot see any questions in chat. Maybe someone would like to comment on the task 2.1 presentation. And I would like to thank you because you were very right on timekeeping and help us move forward. So I'm not seeing any activity in chat, so I will have to move to task 2.2, which was divided into 4 subtasks, and the first one will be presented by Irina Guseva-Kanu.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for having the opportunity to present this work. So I only will summarize the results because they were presented several times already during these 4 years. And we've been quite, can you please move to the next slide? Yes, thank you. So since the very beginning in February 2018, we've decided that the first outcome for harmonization within this task group should be burnout, occupational burnout, and it will be abbreviated like this. And since the very beginning, we reached quite a big task group. Could you please display? Yes, so we have 38 participants in this task group from 24 different countries. And the first study, please, next slide, was dedicated to the harmonized definition of occupational burnout. So first we conducted a survey to see if burnout is already recognized in some countries as occupational disease or listed in the list of occupational diseases. And it was our first publications which showed a high diversity between countries in the European Union and in neighboring countries regarding burnout. And from this study, we learned that there is only one country where occupational burnout is listed as an occupational disease. It is Lithuania. However, it is possible to recognize and to compensate it in many different countries, in 18 countries out of 34, which we included in this survey. The second study was a huge systematic review combined with a semantic analysis of 88 definitions of burnout, which we identified through this comprehensive literature search. And we did the Delphi consensus based on the semantic definition proposal. So we reached this consensus and published the harmonized definition of burnout last year. And there is a secondary paper resulting from this research, which was conducted by Francesca De Loro, the linguists from the University of Lausanne and University of Harvard, who developed the methodology for this semantic analysis, and it is now in press in the Journal of Applied Linguistics. So with this collaboration in OmegaNet, we also have an interdisciplinary collaboration with linguistics field. Next slide, please. Thank you. The second study was dedicated to the methodology, how we can make the diagnosis of burnout, or how can we detect it properly, and what methodology could be suggested for future cohorts and future studies. And to answer to these questions, we conducted another systematic review, which was published by Hera Survey, my PhD student, and she reviewed 5 different tools to make the burnout assessment. And she concluded that the best one is actually not the most used one, which is Maslach Burnout Inventory. But according to our assessment within OmegaNet, we concluded that for the moment, the best tool was Copenhagen Burnout Inventory, followed by Oldenburg Burnout Inventory. And we know that since 1 year, we have a new tool, which is a burnout assessment tool developed by Winmar Schaufeli. And and Professor De Vita in Belgium and also in the Netherlands. So we have to reassess our review, including this tool as well. And this work actually helped us to consider the methodology of the assessment of psychometric properties of different tools for subjective health measures. And it was a nice study conducted and published by Hera again in collaboration with the physicians, because we asked physician and clinician to how we can identify the most suitable questionnaire for or rating scale for clinical practice and research. So, and a methodology was developed based on this collaboration, and all this was also published. Yeah, I would like to acknowledge again the help of Henk van der Molen from Amsterdam University, who managed to receive Sandy Marca to conduct this part of this work, and it was very successful. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the third study was one which took the most of the time, because again, it was a huge systematic review where many of you were involved, and it was dedicated to the identification of predictors of occupational burnout onset. So with this review, we concluded that there is quite a limited evidence for the causal predictors of burnout, despite of a huge amount of studies published over the last 60 years. And this was the conclusion. However, some of them were identified as harmful effects, which are workload, for example, and among protective factors, we identified individual factors like positive attitude, leisures, etc. And just several days ago, Dragan Mijakovsky with Dumitru Cheptier submitted a second study, which was the same review but focused on teachers. And yes, I hope it will be as successful as the first one. And both of them were received at Unisanté for the STSM, and we've been lucky because it was just before COVID. I think it's my last slide, and I would like to renew my acknowledgement and my thanks to all of you, and yes, again, underline this very successful and productive work within this task group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina, and personally thank you for doing all this work as a member of this task group also. I think that there is a live discussion in chat about the previous presentation, but unfortunately we cannot go back in time and continue this. The conversation started a little bit early, but anyone interested can look at now simultaneously and maybe take the answers they need in their questions. But I will have to proceed to the next presentation by Henk van der Molen about the harmonization of musculoskeletal definition. Henk.
Yeah, thanks for the floor. Can you give me the first slide, please? Yeah, the second one. Slide, please. Yeah, many thanks to the subtask group for MSDs, musculoskeletal disorders. And it was the group starting face-to-face, and yeah, as you know, eventually by the COVID pandemic, it was virtual. The next slide, please. And this was one example we discussed. It was about the task harmonizing outcome information on MSDs. And it was before starting OmegaNet. What are the typical topics? So you need a case definition of the diagnosis, symptoms and signs. For example, this is a shoulder disorders, and it is compromised by 4 ICD-10 codes. The next slide, please. And it's always a combination of symptoms as pain and signs as physical examination and diagnostic physical test and imagining. Next slide, please. So a short break for the process. We had 4 tasks. One was the inventory of existing MSD case definitions in identified cohorts. Some members of our team performed this inventory, and we used that in the scoping review. Secondly, we performed a task on MSD case definitions, which I'll present shortly after this slide. We performed a Delphi study, and when OmegaNet is finished, we try to collaborate further with the ICO MSD committee to make case definitions for separate MSDs. Next slide, please. This was published in open source, of course, you can read it into detail. It was a scoping review on MSD case definitions. So what is in existent evidence documents or guidelines available about kind of harmonized case definitions. Next slide, please. And the objective was to find existing diagnostic criteria for specific MSDs, and especially focusing on occupational healthcare, surveillance or research. Next slide, please. That is one example, so you can read it more into detail. For 8 MSDs, we collated information about which kind of symptoms, signs, or imagining were proposed in the case definitions. Next slide, please. And the conclusions was, the studies on non-specific low back pain agreed, and you can expect that because it is a kind of non-specific disorder, so it is only symptoms. But there was variation in other MSDs, and we concluded that the starting point for consensus is also depending on the purpose. So is it for a clinical diagnosis for patient care, or for example, for prevention? So then the consensus guide might be differ. So the specificity or sensitivity or the definition could differ dependent on the goal. And we found 2 studies in the evidence synthesis, which also included work-related exposures. Next slide, please. So we, based on the scoping review, we performed a Delphi study, and it looked to IRENA for the burnout. So we followed the same approach. And because of time and efficiency, we only performed 2 rounds, but it was a lot for 8 different MSDs. Next slide, please. A big thank to all OmegaNet members. So our team was very satisfied, surprised that the immediate reaction of many OmegaNet members to be involved. So almost 70 colleagues were involved, experts and clinicians. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the Delphi study were what information is needed for the case definitions. So because of time, I will skip this. And the second one was, is there any consensus possible for the case definitions of these work-related MSDs? Next slide, please. So one example, and again, open source, you can read it into detail, but we collated also the Delphi information, the consensus in 2 rounds on the case definitions on the medical diagnosis, and also the same for the working exposures. Next slide, please. So the conclusions, implications for this from this Delphi study was there was only consensus for the tennis elbow, the medial elbow tendinopathy, and possibly because there were not so many different differential diagnoses. So for the other MSDs, there were more kind of differential diagnoses. So you need more accuracy and consensus on the case definitions. There was consensus on all working exposures, but it was not into detail. We only looked into working activities like lifting, arm elevation. So there was consensus for these 8 MSDs. And I have to say there are a lot of systematic reviews, meta-analysis already available on this topic. So possibly there is already consensus on these activities. But no consensus on the case definitions, and less because of a difference on symptoms and signs than on examinations. And examinations you need for functional assessment, for possibly for tests, or for example for lesion assessment if you have a rupture rupture, so you need imaging. So the next slide, I think also the last slide. Yeah, I think this is the most interesting for discussion later on or in the future. I think there is a need for, or we think there is a need for harmonization on work-related MSDs in occupational cohort is the focus possibly, but occupational between brackets. I think there is a need for consensus on working exposure threshold limits, and not only on activity basis, but for cohort also in terms of level, duration, and frequency to distinguish more clearly about high and low health risks. Of course, the validation of the threshold limit values in cohorts, and preferably using more quantitative assessments of exposure compared to only self-reported exposure assessments. And there's also the last topic, just not only on self-reported symptoms, but also symptoms and signs representing the different pathogenesis. Because if you look into data for prevention and treatment, it is more in the future on personalized approaches. So you have more focus on the different signs and symptoms aligned by the pathogenesis. This was also my last sentence. Thank you, Vangelia.
Thank you very much, Henk, and congratulations for all the work you have been doing all this time. We can, as far as I do not see any question on or any raised hand, I will have to proceed to Vivi solution now with the presentation of subtask 2.3 of task 2, harmonization of allergy definitions.
So thank you very much. This subtask was first initiated in 2019 on behalf of a request from Merete Bugge. So you will see that we are on our way, but there's quite some work who haven't been finalized yet. And when we first met in 2019 in Stockholm, we agreed that having a traditional approach to harmonizing of allergy was not really interesting, because there are quite some definitions agreed on widely. So we broadened the scope of this subtask quite a bit. And I would like to thank the Allergy task group, where most have been very active during the last 2 years. So the next slide, please. So Francesca took the initiative for a commentary on occupational asthma, the knowledge needs for a better management. And they concluded that there is a need for high quality cohort studies in order to move forward within this field, and also to inform future surveillance and screening programs at workplaces, both with regards to irritants as well as allergens. And the next slide, please. And then Marina took the lead in a systematic review on fractional exhaled nitric oxide in occupational medicine, and this has been submitted. And the conclusions from this systematic review is that there's really no consensus on the value of FeNO for diagnosis of occupational asthma, but there seems to be some consensus for the optimal time to measure FeNO after exposure, namely after 24 hours. It also seemed that FeNO might be useful in measuring the results of a controlled intervention, but for interstitial lung diseases, the alveolar component and not the total fractional exhaled nitric oxide seems to be the most relevant. Next slide, please. And then there's an ongoing project headed by Berit Elisabeth Bang and Anja Christine Hopper. So it has been quite a task. So it's about bioaerosol exposure and asthma in the seafood industry. It's a systematic review, and it has a couple of months ago been submitted to Prospero. And we have spent a lot of time defining the search strategy and the search string, but this is now in place, and in the coming months, we will finalize, headed by Beat and Anja, this huge effort. So that will be a truly interesting paper. And the next slide, please. And then finally, Dragon had headed from the very beginning an initiative on a questionnaire on occupational asthma in OmegaNet countries. So you had a first version 1.5 years ago, and then Dragon updated the questionnaire. So recently, first the Allergy group, and after that the whole Omega network have received the Dragon's questionnaire. So thanks to those who have already filled it in, and it could be truly great if more of you will fill in the questionnaire and return it to Dragon, so he can write everything up and make a paper or a commentary out of this. Next slide, please. So we have been thinking quite a bit about the take-home message from the Allergy task group, but what is really evident within this area is that the research, the evidence in occupational allergy, it's really a wide, diverse area. It's often closely related to the clinical world. There are a few large-scale epidemiological studies, but it's really dominated by smaller studies, patient cases, and case series. So how to merge, to analyze, evaluate, and extract useful data across this rich and diverse data source is not a trivial issue. But it is important that we are able to do that in order to develop prevention strategies and policies to improve workers' health. And I think we are developing, but there's still a lot of work to do within this area. And I think that was my last slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Baby, and we're looking forward to reading your publications that are being submitted. And is there any question for Baby? I think we can have it because now we're good. Oh, Manolis has one question, so maybe we'll.
So Vivi, moving forward here, what can we do? Or we are, for example, for questionnaires, we are stuck in the ECRHS questionnaire. How much have we advanced from that time?
Yes, but I don't think, I mean, we made a decision up front that we wouldn't really focus on harmonizing asthma or rhinitis or allergy, because it's there, and we have been doing it in the same way for a very long time. So it was not really the key interest. So we broadened the scope, and the Allergy group provided their interests and moved forward along different ways. So that's why it's so diverse. But I think our final remark is pretty important, and I think it's worth to consider how we can merge this different, very diverse sources of evidence. So, for example, within occupational asthma or asthma as such, there's a lot of case studies, and normally we do not regard case studies as very important, but for occupational asthma, they are truly important, and they provide this, especially provocation studies. They provide a high level evidence. So how we can merge all these different sources will be a work in the future, I think.
Hank would like to add something as far as I can see. Is it on the same field or something different, Hank?
A short remark. I'm certainly not an expert on this type of research, but I'm involved in an international collaboration on hand eczema with German and Danish researchers, and we had the same topic. So we made a review based on experimental case studies, case series, and more epidemiological studies. It was a challenge to assess the risk of bias, but it was very informative. So I think it is an area for methodology, but it is also nice to have a kind of evidence synthesis combining all these type of methodologies. So yeah, some examples, so I can share, also published some of them, but the methodology is a challenge to combine it. But I agree.
Yeah, so that would be very nice. We have also tried to work on it, but it's so that could be great, Hank, if you can share this work. Thanks a lot.
Is there anyone who'd like to add something? No, so we can move to the last presentation from task 2.2. It's Kurt Strive who will be presenting harmonizing culture definitions. I cannot, I'm not seeing God.
He may be a bit late, so I think we'll move on to the next, and then
yes, we will go back. Okay, yes.
Yeah, because he's now in the United States, and he said it will be 5:15 in the morning in about 5 minutes. So I think he'll be here shortly.
Totally understand that. Yes, so I would like to call again Susan Peters for task 2.3.
Yeah, thank you. So this is about task 2.3, the data management part. I just have 2 slides, I think. Can you go to the next one? It's very short. So early on in the project period, we provided a preliminary data management plan, or initial data management plan. As you can see on the bottom, you can download that from the website. And for the end of the project, well, because Meganet officially is ending this month, we have the final data management plan. And what we put in here is mainly also, well, the metadata that we collected on the inventory of the cohorts and the exposure assessment tools, how this data was stored, and how this also will be made available for the long term. I think that's the most important part to get out of OmegaNet, that these things will continue to be available, because that's what they were developed for. And that final data management plan is slightly updated from the initial one, and that will be uploaded soon. Next slide, please. So similar as for the other task, the question was, well, what are the main challenges? So I think, from a data management point of view, what are the major challenges is data harmonization, as I think has been acknowledged very well. That, of course, we have very different data sets, and in terms of, well, how you can actually make them useful by pooling them, data harmonization is a very, well, crucial part, I would say. And one of the things that we can do in the future, and that's really making catalogs for the metadata, and that really invest in that, into identifying how variables were collected and how they were stored and how they compare to each other. So that's it for the data management task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really short. Since we have Susan with us, maybe someone would like to go back to task 2.1, because I feel we closed it a little bit earlier than the discussion that followed. And since we are, I think, very good regarding time, maybe 1 or 2 remarks or questions before proceeding to Tina Garani. Oh, yes, those are the questions. In my screen, I see Manolis first. So Manolis.
Yeah, Susan, this came out in the chat, is how would people find their appropriate gem? Because you were saying different studies have different needs, different gems have different coverage. And in the paper, you have a table saying this gem does this. How could we facilitate it in the web, not in the paper, to orient people? This is the good gem for, say, fibers. This is a good gem for biological agents, if something like that exists.
Yeah, no, so that definitely exists. So what I was referring to in the paper, we have this table, but of course you can get the same information from the inventory. So the screenshot that I showed in the first, in the example, they can select also for region, but you can also select for the type of exposure. So if you're interested in silica, for example, you say silica, and then you get all the gems that contain information on silica, and then you can compare the gems, because there are several aspects why you would select a certain gem. It can also be, it's also important what job coding the gem is available in. So if you have your cohort in ISCO 2008, yeah, you will be looking for gems that are also in that same coding, or that you have crosswalks, but there are all these many aspects. And if you would, to go back to that example for silica, if you look for silica gems, there might be 5 gems coming up, and some might be for specific regions, but some might just have non-exposed versus exposed, or others might have a quantitative assessment. So there are several aspects that you can look at in deciding what gem would be most relevant for your study question, because it can be, if your study question is basically on a new exploration, whether something might be a risk factor, it might be sufficient to just have exposed versus non-exposed. But if you want to look into those response relationships, you need a more quantitative exposure assessment. So by using this search function in the inventory, and I fully realize it's not optimal yet, so we might not have all these search options there yet, but you could use that. And I think if there are suggestions for new search functions, or like what Michelle was saying for the cohorts, that people were interested in cohorts for migrants, that we can add certain search functions if that's more practical.
Okay, and Henk?
Yeah, probably too detailed, Susan, thank you. I think there is a kind of revival of the job exposure matrices in research again, but I remember for a decade ago, there was a discussion about jobs and tasks. So I think many exposures are on tasks. So how are these two aligned? So a job can differ, and it is mainly the exposure on tasks.
Yeah, I completely agree that tasks are really important. It also depends on the type of exposure. So if we are looking for solvents, tasks might be even more important than for silica or asbestos. Well, of course, it's also important there. So I think the main thing here is also, if people apply GEM, that they are aware of what it can, but also what it cannot do. So be aware of the limitations. But also it's an inventory of exposure assessment tools, so it's not limited to GEMs. So if there are task-specific GEMs, or TEMs, I should say, task exposure matrices, then these could also be entered. I don't think, but there may be 1 or 2 in there, but not as much yet. But I would definitely encourage people, if they have such an exposure matrix on tasks or another tool, please enter this information as well, because I think if we have the broad scope of all available tools, that would be most useful. But again, people, if they apply, they should also be knowing what all the characteristics are, and the limitations especially.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Susan. I know I said before that Tina will be the next to present, but it seems that Kurt is with us now, and maybe we should go back to Kurt's presentation. Okay, thank you. Kurt,
Good
can you
morning,
hear us?
everybody. Sorry, I hadn't expected you would be ahead of time. I'll leave my camera off for a moment. I'll turn it on next. So I'll report about the task group 224, cancer. Next, please. And this task group was only born halfway through the Omega project meeting. And there were lots of people who enthusiastically joined. And after a first call, we had the idea to organize our topics into methodological topics and also into later kind of anticipated research projects. So the methodological topics were kind of guided by these ideas. You see those listed below. Typically, those in green I will very briefly talk about because they are dealt with in different settings, and those in red I will talk a little bit more. So the next, please. The research topics are listed on this slide, and the more important one is the inventory of research gaps and opportunities for occupational cancer and standardization of occupational diseases. Again, we'll discuss this a bit more in detail. The skin cancer due to occupational exposure to solar UV radiation is an example for what I have listed in the last bullet point, that our task group was always fully aware of the cross-cutting organizational matters within Omega, meaning if there is overlap with other task groups, in this case, the #1 skin cancer, obviously there was also the task group on skin cancer. And it was at one of the Omega annual meetings where we had together initiated work on skin cancer, that is a systematic review on the effectiveness of interventions to prevent skin cancer in outdoor workers. But this is located within the other task group, and I'm sure Alberto Modenese will report about that in later this morning. So next, please. A few details on some of the subgroups. This is the one on tobacco as a potential confounder. And we all know that lung cancer is not only the #1 mortality in terms of cancer in the EU, but also the one with the longest list of identified occupational environmental carcinogens. Yet we also always are concerned about potential confounding by smoking habits. And these are often not available in the cohort studies for adjustment at the individual level. Therefore, we decided to initiate a scoping review on the different approaches to assess potential confounding by smoking in those studies with no specific individual level data. And this is still making good progress. This project, it's also a good example on how Omega attracted further researchers, and the subgroups and the work attracted further research. For example, in this case, it was Joe Stenneheim from Norway who wanted to join specifically this group for work on this topic for issues that were relevant in his work. This group has been led by Irina and her PhD student Nicola, and the manuscript is now led by Elisabetta Platea. So this is work that is ongoing beyond this final meeting, and we hope we can share it then with Omega and those involved very soon. Next, please. This one was about recognized occupational cancer. So this is thinking of tertiary prevention, and it was originally started to look at the harmonization of occupational cancer, but then COVID broke upon us, and this was a challenge, of course, for all of us, but we also saw it an opportunity, and then immediately decided to switch gears and focus on the development of the recognition of COVID-19 as an occupational disease. I have communicated with Lode, but didn't receive a response until late yesterday. I haven't checked my emails this morning yet, but I had suggested that more appropriately he should cover that topic with one slide in his presentation on the task group on COVID. Then we went back to COVID-19 as an occupational disease, cancer as an occupational disease across Europe. And again, there is high-level kind of voiced interest, e.g. from Eurostat, but also from DG Social Affairs, that there is a big need for further harmonization. And this project follows the project on COVID as an occupational disease, similar structure, online form, and we have done the pilot test successful. And this project led by Nicole Mageri and Elisabetta, this is more or less imminent for full distribution across the Omega group, and we hope to move with this forward quickly then. Next, please. The next subtask is on the inventory of research gaps. Can you hear me well? There was a message about recording stopped, etc.
Yep, everything's okay, Kurt.
Okay, good. Thanks. There was, this is certainly one of the more important tasks of this subgroup, to develop an inventory on research gaps. And this was further developed in preparation for an ICE symposium last year. And following various approaches, what are identified research gaps at IARC in terms of future priorities, in terms of risk assessment, but also in terms of occupational safety and health success stories in terms of cancer control. And this will also be further developed, also in partly in different contexts, in a project that Michelle initiated to look at similar former exercises at the IARC Monographs program. Okay, next one, please. This also relates, of course, to a project, the Hera Survey, and this is a slide that I borrowed and slightly adapted from Manolis. This is research gaps that Hera identified, and I have highlighted those in red that also apply to the cancer task group and the research priorities in cancer. Very general here in terms of new technologies. Think about nanofibers or chemicals at large, of course. Most chemicals that are on the market have never been tested. And even among the more than 400 IARC carcinogens of 2A, 2B, there is really a limited or inadequate cancer epidemiology data. Of course, also working time via shift work still applies to research gaps in cancer. Mixed exposures is also a topic of effect modification, which may be addressed perhaps by larger studies, pooling of studies. And I would also add, and that was not specifically part of HERA, the neglected occupational diseases. For example, if you think of biliary tract cancer, where we have seen some unexpected kind of cancer clusters or cancer analytical epidemiology studies recently, think of the cluster of biliary tract cancer among Japanese offset printers, which made it quickly to an IARC group 1. But also new studies on asbestos and biliary tract cancer. But some of these also raised the issue that perhaps the dichloropropane that was identified for the Japanese printer is a much broader issue and more broadly to solvents, as we have seen in the NOPA analysis. So clearly something to follow up. Next, please. I'm switching gears a little bit. This I have shown before in a nutshell without going into details. If you think of the, at this time was 120, now it's 121 IR group 1 carcinogens, and then see what the contribution of occupational epidemiology was. Largely, if you look at the third column, half of the group 1 carcinogens have been identified with at least a contribution from settings where there is important occupational exposure, or even more where the occupational cancer epidemiology was kind of the ones that provided the sufficient evidence. These are the 46. So roughly half of the IR group 1 carcinogens have been identified with occupational cancer epidemiology. And the last column is that if you think of risk assessment, that's the lower red part of it, then I would say in this case, only half of those that provided sufficient evidence also provided good data for an exposure response. So this shows the occupational cancer epidemiology, I would call, as a paradigm for identifying environmental carcinogens at large. For many good reasons, the kind of cohorts for follow-up, exposure contrasts, etc. But there is still of course, many more things to be investigated. And even for those where we know that they are group 1, there is further need for exposure response data, for risk assessment, for limit setting, because indeed, even if sometimes not very precise or potential biases, I think these data are more informative than the extrapolations with all the safety factors from either cancer bioassays or even short-term lab studies. Next, please. So with this paradigm, and only briefly on this slide, this shows just a few examples, recent examples. I would say the IARC monographs 107 on PCBs. There was a total of more than 100 studies. But those that were conclusive were 4 transformer manufacturing cohort studies and 3 cohort studies in electric power industry. So it's not just the occupational cancer epidemiology paradigm, it's the cohort in occupational cancer epidemiology paradigm. The other 2 examples are on top right after volume 105, rural Vermeulen and other PIs from the most informative cohort studies undertook a meta-regression on diesel engine exhaust, which is kind of the best current risk assessment in terms of diesel engine exhaust, which we all know is not just an occupational, but also an environmental carcinogen. And on the bottom left, this is the meta-regression on benzene and leukemia. This is where the monographs took kind of the opportunity of the amendment of the preamble, an advisory group on quantitative risk characterization that I had organized, finally to do a monograph, include in a monograph specifically also the question on better characterization of the exposure response. And again, this was driven on 6 cohort studies. So I think that is sufficient to support this point. Next, please. So from there, we can now summarize what are the biggest challenges in red and what are the ways to move forward from the perspective of the cancer task group. And I think I'm making here repeatedly the example of the, I would say, successful synergy pooling project where several of you were also involved. This was a pooling project of some 20 occupational case control studies, identifying again also supporting diesel engine exhaust, supporting even risk assessment to some extent from population-based studies with quantitative exposure data that were applied to these. And the advantage of this is that we have typically data on the full working life of the general population, have good smoking data, but there is also limitations. Particularly, of course, these case control studies only focus on lung cancer. And while covering many different exposures because of the different working lives of the general population, particularly the rare ones, the more exotic ones may be problematic. So in contrast to that, the cohort design has, of course, known strengths. And particularly also, we have all the different outcomes in terms of cancer, and including the rare ones, which may be more kind of informative by pooling across cohorts. And exposure contrasts are better, quantitative exposure assessment may be more likely available. Yet, and that is one of the challenges, and you may already have talked about that, not all of the cohorts of Omega will necessarily qualify for every research question. So that means we still need to identify the subset of suitable cohorts by exposure and cancer outcome of interest. But I think that is feasible. That can be done in green now by matching of the research questions with the Omega inventory. So I would say still a challenge and different from, say, the synergy, that not all studies will be suitable, but only subsets depending on what type of exposures do occur in sometimes very specific cohorts. One example of that, just briefly, is the kind of, wouldn't call it an offspin from Omega, but it's still closely related to Omega, the styrene pooling project led by Henry Kolstad and his team, where in fact we also are looking at the different harmonization of the outcomes, the lymphohematopoietic malignancies, which I had also listed as an issue on the first slide. And so this is also an example on how to move forward with Omega. The second one, and I'm sure that Susan has talked in detail about this, and even on the data management, it has been discussed, is the exposure assessment. I think in my whole career, I've always made the point that this is a very crucial.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are running late on time.
I have one more.
I would like to ask you to wrap it up in about 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the last
point.
slide.
Yes, I know, but we're running a little bit late.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were running early. Yeah, I think high quality harmonized exposure assessment across the suitable subset of cohort studies is still a big challenge, but I know it's in excellent hands with Susan, who in fact also led the exposure assessment for Synergy. With this, my very last bullet is the funding, which is probably the biggest challenge. I think there has been traditionally little funding into environmental causes of cancer, but the results of the EU Hera project and their uptake by the EU are promising. So I would really like to end on a positive, optimistic note, and apologies for joining in late and for going over time. Thank you, and thank you to all subgroup members.
Thank you very much for your presentation and all the data you shared with us. Since, as we mentioned earlier, time is very pressing, I would like to move to Tina Garanis, who will talk about task group 2.4 about ethics.
Hello to everybody. We will catch up on time as I'm going to be very brief, and I was asked to present only one summary slide. So if you could, okay, thank you. Well, the discussions around ethics started from the first meeting in Barcelona, which seems to have taken place ages ago, revolving around two main pillars, that is data protection issues in relation to the GDPR, and secondly, research integrity and responsibility issues. So there were a lot of discussions regarding the ethical aspects of doing research with cohorts, and especially regarding anonymization and pseudonymization issues, and we have been through that many times, data pooling, various forms of consent that do arise in cohort research, use of data shield platforms or other platforms that protect the confidentiality of the data. And then we had also proceeded to a mapping of the ethical issues. And this was done by sending a form to all OmegaNet participants, but unfortunately there was not much response to this form which had to be filled. Regarding research integrity and responsibility, we had drafted a statement, a joint statement on research integrity, which was finally uploaded in the website of the OmegaNet after having been approved by all participants in the plenary session. And in this joint statement, we declared our compliance with 4 principles, that is reliability, honesty, respect, and accountability during the life cycle of this project. There was also discussion regarding conflict of interest because in occupational health, by definition, a lot of things happen in collaboration with industry. So that was an issue that really bothered a lot of people. And then another thing that was tackled in this statement was trust, how this kind of research is going to produce not only benefits in the epidemiological sense, but also how it is going to cultivate research to trust to society, to researchers, and the general community. Not all of these issues necessarily came up during OmegaNet, but they do arise in all kinds of research with cohorts. And actually they have materialized and they continue to materialize in the EPOC project, where we are facing a lot of difficulties in dealing with all of these issues that come to the surface every moment. So this is where we will actually deal with all aspects of consent and data pooling and anonymization and pseudonymization aspects. So this has been the summary of the ethical issues that we can come in contact with in that sort of research. And I don't have to say anything more at this point, only to congratulate Michelle and Ingrid on the completion of this 4-year project. And thank you for including me in this project. Over.
Thank you very much, Tina. I think we managed to keep the schedule relatively good. Thank you for that. And I would like to congratulate all presenters and thank all of you for your participation. If there is something Ingrid would like to say, or maybe proceed to the break and video session, I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone also. It's amazing what we have done during these 4.5 years, and I'm so happy we are able to present this to everyone today. We have a break now for about half an hour. We start again at 12:10, 10 minutes past 12, so nearly half an hour. So see you then.
And we have a video as well.
Yeah, we will have a video as well. That's right.
Welcome to the network of occupational cohorts in Europe. We all notice that the workplace is changing rapidly. We have an aging workforce because we need to work longer. We also have increased flexibility, temporary contracts, hourly contracts, 0-hour contracts. That's all happening in the workforce. We have an increasing platform economy where you actually don't know who is your boss, who are your colleagues. And we also see that automation and technology is driving the content of our jobs. So jobs become more complex than before, and jobs need to deal with this technology. So that's why, as researchers and policymakers, we know that employment is changing. And we have this new term of poor employment conditions, and that's called precarious employment. But what is precarious employment actually? There are three key factors in precarious employment. One is the employment insecurity, so the flexibility of the contracts, temporary contracts, short-term contracts. That is the number one factor of precarious employment. Number two usually is the poor terms, so poor payment, poor contracts in general, with no training, no growth and development possibilities. And the third factor in precarious employment is the lack of employment protection. Usually no collective labor agreements, no clear protective equipment available. So all these three factors play a role in precarious employment. And that has important consequences. So precarious employment is of course linked to jobs with more hazards in the workplace, more chemical exposure, more strenuous physical work, more work pressure, strange working hours at night, for example. The second consequence is that precarious employment is of course linked to a lower income, and that makes it impossible for some people to raise a family, to have decent accommodation. And the third part is that precarious employment has adverse effects on health, on the health of the workers. And that's why the Omega Network, this collaboration of researchers across Europe, has three important messages. The first message is we need to understand much better what is precarious employment. How do we define this? Which workers are in jobs that we call precarious jobs? Second, we need much more research to understand what drives these adverse effects of precarious employment. What is actually happening here? And how can we counteract the negative consequences of precarious employment? And the third message is that precarious employment is rapidly increasing in many countries in the world. And it needs to be a top priority in research, but also for policymakers. And that's why the Omega Network has provided information for researchers and policymakers on precarious employment. For example, in this paper, we define precarious employment. What is it exactly? And in another paper, we set the research agenda for precarious employment, and we provide the guidance how to conduct better studies into the causes and consequences of precarious employment. So, if you're interested in precarious employment, join the Omega Net website for all the information that you need.
It seems that many of you are getting back to the computer and ready for the next session now. It is Henk van der Molen who is going to chair this session, which mostly will contain presentations from Working Group 3. So yeah, I see people are still entering, so maybe we can wait 1 minute before we start up again. I think we may start now. We have a tight schedule, so please go ahead, Henk.
Yeah. Thank you very much and welcome in this second part of the first OmegaNet online meeting, the last one. Compliments to the organization again. It is a kind of tight schedule already mentioned, and we have a kind of speedy train and journey about the different tasks and topics in Working Group 3. So it will be a short overview, and I think the most interesting is also the future perspectives. If there are any questions, possibly there is room for 1 or 2 questions after a presentation, but do not hesitate to put it in the chat, and also the individual speaker can react in the chat later on. So I will be strict for time, and I will give the floor to the first speaker, Martin. The floor is yours. And I think you can start with the PowerPoints for Martin.
Yeah. Hello to the whole group. I regret that we cannot meet in person. That's really a pity. But we were surprised to achieve quite a bit, even though, of course, our abilities were a bit handicapped. So we are one of the many task groups of the Group 3. The title of our task group is Healthy Aging and Work Participation. Go on to the next, please. Okay, so we were a large group with 31 members from 15 countries. And the next one, please. And now if you remember what we actually promised to do for the task group 3, then it was for the work group 3. It was the development of standardized protocols for future occupational exposure information. And in our memorandum of understanding and our proposal, we limited that to maternal exposures and outcomes. You remember probably that we broadened this content in the meetings thereafter, and all the following subgroups or task groups were created, and one of them is ours, which has the title Healthy Aging Work Participation. And what interested us most was the transition from work to retirement. And our idea was that we do need to look at the constructs which are describing this transition. And we wanted to identify and understand the underlying concepts of those constructs, to identify shortcomings of present assessments in occupational studies, and to develop protocols for further assessments, occupational studies. Please go to the next one. So we had 5 subgroups. And the first one was dealing with the issue of understanding and measuring health in the context of the work retirement transition. The second one of this notion, motivation to keep working. The third one with retirement. The fourth one was originally digitalization of work, but then it was called technological innovations at work. And the last one is healthy working life expectancy. And now I show you what we achieved. Now the next one, please. And so when it comes to the role of health, we were happy to finally publish the paper. Now the next, we published the paper in the Scandinavian Journal in March, and it is a discussion paper where we are discussing the role of health in the transition from work to retirement. And what we say there is that the association between health and retirement is dependent on the concepts of both health and retirement applied, and that it's not alone the health which is influencing the transition, but also also workability, motivation, opportunity to work are also involved here, and other factors. And we, for example, we say that the notion of poor health leading to early retirement is too limited. There are also other associations of health with retirement. Good health may lead to early retirement, but also poor health and good health may also make people retire later. I have presented that actually in one of the Omega sessions before, but this paper is free, and thanks a lot to OmegaNet for the financing of the publication. There are two tasks which were not realized in the project, that is the motivation to keep working and the aspect of technological innovations work. And with respect to the third task, understanding of retirement, we got very good news this morning, and namely that the manuscript was accepted for publication, and what we are doing, what especially Taina, under the lead of Taina Leinonen from Finland, we conceptualized the retirement from the employment perspective. And again, we encourage researchers to clearly define what they mean by retirement when they are planning their studies, conducting the analysis, and interpreting the findings. Now, there's one more paper that is that hopefully will be published and submitted this year, later this year, even if OmegaNet is finishing. And then there's another task that we want to do. We would want to have a joint webinar maybe in autumn altogether, irrespective of whether OmegaNet still is active or not. The next one, please. So this is the last slide then. When I summarize the challenges faced to integrate occupational cohorts for research purposes, what we think is needed is, of course, the researchers' awareness for the constructs applied. Of course, then we need better data, harmonized assessments, and of course more countries involved, because we found that some of the aspects investigated were investigated in a few countries only. And the second question forwarded by Michelle was how to move forward to ensure that these cohorts can contribute to developing prevention strategies and policies to improve workers' health. We think that if the researchers are more aware for the constructs they're using and for the need for provision of good and harmonized data, that we will be more able to address the right questions which are relevant for policy and practice, and thereby, of course, increase the impact of our research. Yeah, this was our contribution. I want to thank the total group of all the people involved. And of course, I want to thank all the Omega leaders who have really done a great job, of course. And I personally must say that for me, this work was extremely stimulating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, Hans, and the whole group for the papers published already and other things who are planned. There is room for one or two questions or in the chat. I don't see anything in the chat. Does anybody want to react at this moment? Okay. You help me enormously, Hans, to keep in time. So
yes.
Yeah, I go to the second presentation.
There was a hand.
Oh, was a hand?
Yes.
Yes, it's Mary Schugauer-Berrigan from IARC.
Okay.
Sorry, just a quick question. One of the topics that's been coming up frequently in the US occupational safety and health community is return to work after cancer diagnosis. Is this something that your group has addressed or would view as being of importance or relevance here?
No, we haven't addressed this specifically, but we are considering this in the retirement paper, where we also include the notion of returning back to work as one of the elements and understandings of retirement in a more wider view. But we haven't been so concrete as you mentioned it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Mary. So thanks again, Hans and group. I want to move on to the second one, Johnny and Eva, about working hours. And the floor is yours, Johnny.
Thank you, Henk. This presentation will be a bit different in two different ways. I will not only report on what has been ongoing within the group, but more in a general sense during the last 5 years, and I will have no slides. So first, a little bit about the context. Working time is a very complex exposure, and even the definition of working hours has been for debate for the last decades. The topic is very relevant because the majority of the workforce nowadays have working hours outside the traditional 8 to 4, Monday to Friday. So far, a long list of outcomes has been associated and studied with working outside the normal working hours. They include, for instance, ranging from social problems, accidents, over diabetes, to cancer, heart diseases, death, and many others. So far, we still need more evidence, and in particular because the 24/7 working schedules nowadays are unavoidable within some branches, and we need to find solutions, or at least working hours that are less harmful than others. A lot of activities have been ongoing for the last 5 years within the working time area, mostly outside the work package, a work task, but including many members from our group in the external work. I will start with some major examples. There was the ROC report in 2018. That's an initiative under the US National Toxicology Program. They are reporting on carcinogens, and their conclusion was that there's high confidence that persistent night work may cause breast cancer in women and may cause prostate cancer in men. The year after, there was the second IAC evaluation where it was concluded that there's limited evidence for, or we can say it other ways, that exposure to night work is probably related to breast cancer, prostate cancer, and colorectal cancer, where the best evidence is for breast cancer. Looking at both evaluations, it was evident that case control studies had a much higher impact than cohort studies. That is very unusual in such evaluation, because it's a general view that cohort design, prospective cohort design, is a much better approach than the case control study. The reason for this is that in the existing case control studies, the exposure assessment is much better than it is in the cohort studies. I will come back to that. Then we have the Working Time Society under the International Congress of Occupational Health. They normally have biannual conferences, and the proceedings are normally published in the Biology International. This is an international society where we have fruitful discussions almost each second year in between those. Then there is the WINK initiative, which is primarily a Nordic group. It was, I think, initiated by my colleague Anne-Helene Garde 10 years ago. And in this group, we mostly discuss issues related to register-based studies on working hours, but not exclusively. Then there have been the WOW project, which is also a Nordic project, which has been financed by Nordforsk, a grant of 3 million euros, where people from 4 Nordic countries have been working on working time, and that has resulted in more than 110 publications during the 5 years. And then there are some NIVA courses that focus on working time, and there will be a new one in May this year, I can only recommend that you look at that and maybe participate if you're interested in the topic. So we also have some meetings within our group related to our physical meetings, where I think we have had some fruitful discussions. There have been, or there will be, two public outcomes of the group. The first was the webinar we had last summer, where Eva Schönhammer, Pascal Guinel, and I participated and talked about why the cohort design is not necessarily the best approach when we're studying working hours. Then we are working on a discussion paper where we have almost made the first draft. And when I say we, then it's so far Kyriaki Papantonio, which is a very good young working hour epidemiologist, and me, and we will share our work with other relevant participants within a month, I think. So what about the future? I said that cohorts are not necessarily the best approach, but there are some ongoing studies already. We of course have the Nurses' Health Study 2, which also to some extent suffer from not so good exposure assessment. But then we have the Dutch Nightingale study, which have been ongoing for the last 10 years. However, we remain to see the results so far, but in that study they have very good exposure assessment. And then we have the cohort-based payroll studies from some of the Nordic countries, including Denmark and Finland. But they have other limitations. But when time passes by, the limitations in those studies will diminish. So that was what I had to report. I think, I don't know if you, Eva, have other things to add.
Thanks, Johnny. No, I think you did fabulous.
Okay. Thank you very much, both. It was very interesting, the webinar. I followed about case control. I think the study design is one thing, but also the exposure, the quality of exposure assessment is important. I have two questions or two remarks in the chat, so I think we remain to these two. Manode said, actually, IAC didn't formally say that the evidence on breast cancer is stronger than for prostate and colorectal.
Yeah, we did. We said the uncertainty or limitations are bigger for the colorectal cancer and prostate cancer.
Okay.
Well, you know, I was chairing that group. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Okay, it's okay. I think, can I just add something, Henk? I think another big initiative that should be mentioned is the EFOR project, which is the Occupational Exposome project, where it has taken more a biomarker-based approach rather than case control or cohort, so focusing much more on connecting the night shift and light at night with biological pathways, which is important, given also the IAC evaluation, where it was evaluated that a lot of the mechanistic data are based on very small studies, and these are very important for this type of evaluations.
Thank you. Possibly also a short answer for Margaret, if I pronounce it well, Kowalska. If I understand, you suggest that to assess relationships between working hours and health, also mental health, is better case control. Can you confirm, please, is the question, Johnny?
Yeah. So far, the evidence we have is much better in the case control studies than in the cohort studies. But all the evidence needs to be taken together, of course. Yeah. And I think the upcoming cohort studies will give us some more and better evidence for the future.
It's another webinar, I think, for this discussion. And the last question from Mary Schubau. Johnny, could you say something about the evolving hypothesis about time windows of exposure in relation to menopausal status for breast cancer? Risks.
Well, I think the time is too short for that here.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd be happy to discuss that with Mary.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. And I will move to the third speaker, and that is Milena, about employment patterns in young, including young employed mothers. The floor is yours, Milena.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, so, well, good morning. I'm going to tell you something about the work that was carried out within our task 3.3 that regarded employment patterns in the young, including young employed mothers. So if you can move the slides and even more. So we started from the rationale that young people and women are a population group that is particularly vulnerable to adverse working conditions. And although childbearing occurs during early adulthood, that is generally a period of good health and well-being, pregnancy and the first years of caring after the children are physically and mentally demanding periods. And there is little research available on the health consequences of having children in families that are active in the workforce. So next, please. So we realized that there's a wealth of data on parental occupation and employment and health collected in birth cohorts spread out in Europe and the rest of the world. And these maps show the countries where birth cohorts have been collecting data on occupation of parents. And this happens especially for mothers. And it happens before and during pregnancy, but sometimes even after birth in one or more subsequent follow-ups. Next, please. So we developed our reasoning in this way. We realized that such data are typically underutilized. We try to wonder what birth cohort research can add to occupational epidemiology research. And then we focused on the ethical issues related to this idea. And finally, I'll give some ideas about challenges and how to move forward. So next, please. First thing is data on parental occupation, PO in these graphs, and parental health, PH in these graphs, are underutilized within birth cohorts that collect this data. Typically, they're used either to study them as determinants of child health or more often as confounders in trying to assess the relationship between a risk factor and child health. But we argue that this is a kind of limited. So if you can move on, I'll try to show you with the slides. I can show you what we think that, next slide, please. What the true causal relationship involving parental health, occupation, participation in the workforce, and children health can be. And to disentangle this complex relationship, we think that we can learn a lot from, we can take a lot from the life course approach. Next, please. That birth cohorts can, that they have as a characteristics and the longitudinal dimension of the data and the possibility to collect repeated measures. Next, please. We also think that the information collected in birth cohorts can address issues related to time windows of particular vulnerability around the time of birth and around the time of conception, changes in job types and effects of maternity and paternity leaves. And also they can address issues at a finer scale than the one that is typically used in assessing occupational exposures, just applying GEMS to data that are collected in a full history, in a full life history year by year. Next, please. Also, a focus from birth cohorts could allow us to investigate rarely investigated topics like the health effect of work-family conflicts or stretched working hours and work boundaries, interrupted or downwards careers, transitions in and out of work, and also the study of soft health effects that are typically neglected, but they are not negligible in terms of their potential long-term effects, and that are very relevant in the time when children are born. And next, please. And the last point, I want to show you something that we're trying to do within our birth cohort, an Italian birth cohort in INFEA, where we are trying to characterize the occupational exposome of working mothers. And this is a work carried out by Antonio De Rico, a PhD student in our unit, that represented in this correlation matrix the correlations between working conditions in terms of stress, working hours, and physical and chemical exposures collected from questionnaires reported by a bit less than 6,000 women regarding their exposures before conception in the first trimester of pregnancy. So next, please. The final thing we addressed were the ethical challenges implied by this idea, and this was addressed also with the really valuable help of Tina Garani. And so we tried to understand what were the legal and ethical implications of repurposing of data, and we came out with what I think are solid arguments, ecological, economic, and scientific arguments to support this type of secondary use of data, that is using the data that were collected originally to study child health outcomes, also to try and put them in a bigger framework that involves parental health, parental occupational conditions, and their participation in the workforce. Next, please. So this was mostly what I have just shown is mostly included in this discussion paper that was published last year in the Scandinavian Journal of Work Environment and Environmental Health, and these are the people of task group 3.3 that contributed to it. Next, please. Finally, the challenges and how to move forward. So about challenges, we thought that a challenge is represented by the integration of occupational cohort research with population cohort, like birth cohorts, for example, to investigate topics that are typically difficult to address in standard occupational epidemiology studies, like health effects of work-life conflicts. And how we can move forward. And we thought that the adoption of a life course approach, considering the whole, the adoption of a life course approach and an occupational and environmental exposomic point of view, not just in terms of biomarkers, but also in trying to understand, the accumulated exposures throughout life, also in these windows of vulnerability that we were trying to address, would be a good starting point. And finally, next, I just want to thank OmegaNet and all the people involved in our tasks, and Michelle and Ingrid for all the work that was carried out in this project.
Thank you very much, Milena. Also, congratulations with the discussion paper and also the live course approach. I think very important perspective. Are there any questions to Milena at this moment? You can raise your hand or unlock your micro. You can ask the question yourself. Manolis, I see you raised. Yeah.
Yeah, Milena, this is just fantastic work. On average, what proportion of the cohorts they would be interested in working with the mothers? Because, the cohorts are basically working with the children, and it has taken some, I know for some that I'm involved, it really has taken some effort to change the orientation to look also at the young mothers. So do you think, there is wider interest on this?
I think there is interest, and I think it is something that is a bit a pity not to try and exploit, because there's a lot of information that is just not being used to their full potential. And in our discussion paper, we tried also to summarize what information are already there, are already in the hands, in the closets of birth cohorts, and that could be used. And there's a lot of information already, and there are instead some areas that are not covered at all, but that would be very interesting to try and cover. Maybe now it would be really good to think about standardized ways to collect information about topics that are difficult to capture otherwise, without a focus on households and the whole family. For example, all these issues of work-life conflicts and its effects. And so the idea we got is that the birth course would be a very good word to interact with in trying to get these insights into this type of topics.
Thank you very much, Milena and Manalas, for the question. And if there are more questions, put them in the chat to Milena, or afterwards you can contact her or the group. Thanks again. We move forward to another topic, occupational skin diseases. And Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Henk, and good morning, everyone. We can move to the next slide. And again, next slide, please. I'd like to, of course, thank you all the members of the Task 3-4 group on the prevention of occupational skin diseases. I'm really honored to present the results of our work, also on behalf of the task group leader, Professor Sven Malte Hyun, and of all the members who contributed during these fantastic years of the OmegaNet project. And then we can move to the next slide. Thank you. Here you can see a list of a summary of the activities we have performed during these years, considering the problem of work-related skin diseases. We mainly focused on two types of diseases, in particular solar UV-induced occupational skin cancers affecting outdoor workers, and on the other hand, the prevention of contact dermatitis and eczema. Considering the problem of solar UV radiation risk prevention, we first addressed the topic of exposure, because our group evaluated that there is still a problem of adequate knowledge of and diffusion of exposure data regarding these specific occupational cohorts in Europe as well as in other parts of the world. So we conducted various studies in other workers, in particular in construction workers, but also in other population with UV dosimeters, and we collected data on personal UV exposure, and our results show that in particular construction workers are exposed to some kind of cumulative doses like 700 of standard erythemal doses per year. That actually means that can get about 700 of sunburns per year due to their occupation, and this results in an increased risk of skin cancer, and in particular of keratinocytes cancer. But we have to consider that also malignant melanoma, even if it is not strictly related to the pattern of exposure typical of outdoor workers, is a frequent neoplasm, and it may affect workers performing their activity outdoor. Then we focused also on the problem of identifying adequate intervention for the prevention of this relevant risk. And we focused in particular on the problem of personal protections. And we recently published a protocol for a systematic review. We have now also involved Henk in this project. Thank you very much, Henk, for your collaboration. We collaborated also with the task group 2 of occupational cancer led by Kurt Strife within this project, and we are systematically reviewing literature to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions to reduce occupational solar UV risk. May we move to the next slide, please? Concluding the part related to the prevention of solar UV risk, we also assessed methods to evaluate early skin damage and possible biomarkers of UV-related skin effects with methods as the tape stripping of the stratum corneum. And again, we publish another systematic review on the global evidence of the association between occupational exposure to solar UVR and keratinocytes cancer. Moving now to the problem of contact dermatitis and eczema, mainly thank you to the effort of Professor Larese from Italy. We performed another systematic review on the incidence of eczema in healthcare workers, evaluating the relevant occurrence of this work-related problem in this specific category of workers, and thanking in particular to the collaboration group of Jelena McCann. We also
just a reminder for the time, you have still 3-4 minutes, so I don't know your number of slides.
Yeah, I already planned to just to move it to the final slide after this. So, yeah, sorry, I apologize, Hank. And yeah, well, I would like to thank also the creation group of Jelena McCann for dealing with the problem of assessment of contact dermatitis, and in particular the increased issue of this work-related disease due to the pandemic, for the increased use of, as an example, disinfectants and personal protective equipment as gloves and masks. And our group also contributed to a specific OmegaNet webinar on the 16th March 2021 on this specific topic. So now we can move to the last slide, skipping the other. Thank you, Hank. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So these are the biggest challenges is faced to integrate occupational cohorts for the research purpose of an adequate prevention of occupational skin diseases, both contact dermatitis and skin cancer. There is scant funding for research in this field and low priority based on public and occupational health prevention initiatives. There are still a problem of inadequate regulations, in particular considering the prevention of solar UV risk in outdoor workers. We have no occupational limits. There is a problem in the reporting and the registration of these work-related diseases. So we our data support that further initiatives, both from a research point of view, but in particular from a public and occupational health perspective, are extremely important to move forward with the prevention of these very frequent and relevant work-related disease. Many thanks to all of you, and in particular also to Ingrid and Michelle for the conduction of this fantastic project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto, and your group. It's amazing how many publications are already published or in submission, and I agree with the prevention. There is time for, I think, one question, if somebody wants to, or in the chat. If not, please contact Alberto if you have other ideas or questions. Thank you very much, Alberto, and your group.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I move on to Jean-Baptiste about a total other topic, psychosocial determinants on mental health. Jean-Baptiste, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, our task was collection of new occupational exposure and health information on work-related stress and depression. We performed 2 years ago a workshop which was originally planned in Vienna. Eva had the lead here. We had to shift to online workshop, and we cooperated with task group 2.2.1, Burnout group. And I think this was a very fruitful workshop. And then we had 2 sub-task groups with separated scoping reviews. One was on critical evaluation of assessment tools for work stress, led by Lode, and one was on the relationship between work-related stress and depressive symptoms with the lead of me. And both scoping reviews are not finished and they are going on, but I think we are able to make some recommendations to research. Next slide, please. So the objective of scoping review 2 was what knowledge does exist on work-related stress and depression or depressive symptoms, which measures instrument of stress as a whole or components do the identified studies use, which measures of depression or depressive symptoms were used in the identified studies, which occupational groups are most commonly described to be affected by work-related stress in depression or depressive symptoms. And finally, what are the inconsistencies or research gaps in knowledge regarding the factors contributing to the relationship between work stress and depressive symptoms? Next slide, please. So, sorry, bell rings. So the message we performed our review according to the PRISMA scoping review standards and registered our protocol at OSF. We made a double literature search with predefined search strings and screened the literature also in a double fashion. And so first we identified 362 papers, and finally, after exclusion of redundant records and exclusion of abstracts and full text, we came to 104 original papers, and the synthesis of information followed. Next slide, please. And here are some results. So one finding was that the majority of studies come from Asia, and here especially from Japan, followed by Europe and North America, and countries, it was mainly USA and Germany after Japan. And the best investigated professions are nurses, followed by physicians and manufacturing workers and teachers. But most of the studies included different occupations. And the majority of studies were cross-sectionally. But meanwhile, there are also some longitudinal studies like cohort studies or others in the field. And there were also some case control and only one interventional study which came from Japan, but very interesting because it shows that some preventive measures on behavioral therapy was in this study successful in preventing work stress. Next slide, please. And the majority of study used the Center for Epidemiological Survey Depression scale, followed by the Patient Health Questionnaire and Beck's Depression Inventory and the SANG's Self-Rating Depression Scale. Also, all are self-rating instruments. And regarding stress measures, the majority used job demand control model as a pure model or a combination with effort reward imbalance. And the second was effort reward imbalance. Next slide, please. And the two major instruments of measuring work-related stress showed mainly that there is a association between work-related stress and depression in cross-sectional studies as well as in longitudinal studies, but also many other instruments to measure work-related stress showed such association between work-related stress and depression or depressive symptoms cross-sectionally and longitudinally. Some studies showed that a certain part of the association between job strain and depression or depressive symptom might be mediated via burnout, which has been shown for all occupational cross-sectionally and for some like dentists longitudinally. And 70%, as I said, are cross-sectional studies and about 27 longitudinal and interventional studies are sparse. Next slide, please. So key message of Scoping Review 2, despite heterogeneity of study design occupation measures of work-related stress and depressive symptoms, significant association between work-related stress and depressive symptoms in most studies under review, with the highest evidence in effort-reward imbalance and demand control model. There's a need for measuring depression and work stress in a comparable way to get more evidence. Most stress instruments use only certain aspects of work stress, but those studies who combine different measurements show that there is an additional variation explained by using those. So I think there's a need for comprehensive instrument to measure real work stress load. And then observationally, I think there's a need for more cohort studies in this field, and especially also for interventional study for prevention of work-related stress. So next slide, please. So here is the Scoping Review 1, who made first an inventory from 2000 to 2019. Found it is in truth it's a review on 3 separate issues: self-reported work stress, externally observed work stress, and work stress by biomarkers. And they first identified 9,834 articles. Of them, 200 were included. And now they updated their research, and now they have additionally 650 on self-reported and about 500 on externally observed and nearly 400 on biomarkers. Next slide, please. The key message of...
Short break. We have almost 3 minutes left. Please take into account for your recommendations for the last slide. So,
okay. So I think shortly on this slide, measurement bias can result from the personal interpretation of risk factors if you use self-reported instruments, and also highly objective data does not offer per se more valid and reliable information. And there is a need for a mixed method approach. But if you could shift to the last slide, I think there's some repetition. No, it's this one. So we recommend from both reviews measuring work-related stress and depressive symptoms in a comparable way, and to use a comprehensive instrument to measure real work stress load, to give more evidence by longitudinally and as well as interventional studies, and to combine study results of subjective and so-called objective measures of work-related stress, and to use mixed methods approach combining strength of quantitative and qualitative research. And I think there should be also a stronger cooperation between basic clinical and epidemiological stress research to get a more holistic view on the field. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Baptiste. Very interesting and complements with the achievements. And also the combination of the alignment between stress and depressive symptoms is very important. I see one question in the chat, probably for this presentation, I'm not sure. Do you know how COVID-19 pandemic changed results of previous mentioned studies? Can you give a short answer on this?
No, I can't, because we have to update on this field.
Yeah.
At this moment, I can't. Sorry.
Okay. If there are further questions to Jean-Baptiste and his group, please put them in the chat or contact Jean-Baptiste personally. Thank you very much. I go to the next presentation of Evangelia about precarious work, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hen. We can proceed to the next slide, please. For the next couple of minutes, I will be talking about all the work that was being done during this period in task 3.6 on precarious work. Next slide, please. Aim of this task group had been to collaborate for the standardization of a protocol for future occupational exposure and health outcome information regarding the health of employees working under precarious terms. And the deliverable had to be the publication of a position paper on this specific topic. Next slide, please. Early after the Barcelona meeting, we started correspondence on this topic, and I counted in my email account 102 incoming and 72 outgoing email during a 2.5-year period approximately. And this work was added to the work that was being carried out during the Barcelona, the Porto, and the Stockholm in-person meetings. Next slide, please. As a result, we managed to accomplish our mission by mid-November 2019, and we published the position paper in Scandinavian Journal of Work, Environment and Health. Aim of this position paper was to propose a theoretical framework for understanding precarious employment as a multidimensional construct. This framework distinguished precarious employment from other related concepts and delineated important contextual factors. You can see the framework on the right part of your screen. And our paper also summarized research on precarious employment in the context of occupational health and identified key methodological challenges and directions for future research. Next slide, please. In addition to this publication, last summer, Theo Bodin presented at the annual conference of the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology the framework. And next slide, please. As an indication of the significance of this topic, you all remember that the most recent training school organized by Meganet was focused on non-standard employment, work environment, and health. Next slide. The biggest challenge we had to face was the fact that there had been no clear consensus on the definition of precarious employment. Thus, every research attempt until then in all related aspects, including health effects of precarious employment, had been subject to limitations. Our first priority had been to propose a theoretical framework to distinguish precarious employment from other conditions in order to identify our cohorts. And by this identification, future research can propose specific prevention strategies and policies aiming at improving the health of these vulnerable groups. For that cause, we propose that the following may be considered, for example, longitudinal studies focusing on exposure assessment and exploring confounding factors, biological sampling for the analysis of proposed mechanisms and mediators, and exploration of possible effect on other health conditions, such as cardiovascular disorders, stress-related disorders, etc. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and with this slide, I would like to express my gratitude to all group members. You can see their names at the right part of your screen, along with 3 other names of the co-authors of the papers who are not included in this list. All members devoted a large amount of their time in order to get the job done. I would like to say thank you to Maria and Henrik, leaders of the work group 3, for their overall support. And finally, my personal thank you to Theo Bodin, who could not be with us today, who took over leadership in a very difficult time for me personally. And to be honest, he upgraded the work that was being done. Thank you very much for your attention. This was my last slide, the next one. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Angela. Also, congratulations with the accomplishment. And in the previous break, there was also a nice video about this topic. So please, the OmegaNet website. Are there any questions at this moment for this working group, this task group? You can raise your hand or unmute yourself. If not, I don't see any hands. I check once more. No chats. Thank you again, Evangelia. I go to the next presenter, Deborah, about migrant workers, and the floor is yours.
Next slide. Slide. Yeah. So thank you very much to all the researchers who took part in this. Their names are up there, and source, and that's the connection to it. So what we found when we looked at this problem is that very little migrant research has been done in terms of long-term cohorts. It's almost always cross-sectional studies. We think there's some scope for registry-based studies, and we think that qualitative.
I don't know if it's for everybody, but the line is not very well. Is it for others too? Difficult to hear, I heard several people.
Perhaps we could ask Debbie to turn off her camera to try that.
Okay, I'll try that. Is that any, you can hear me?
Yeah, that might be better. Let's try that.
Okay, it's been fine up till I actually started talking. Excellent. One of the problems that we found was that the occupational health literature seldom really characterizes the migrants that they'd studied. And we think that's a problem. And one of the problems may be that there's problems with language and lack of trust are barriers to by migrants. And we think that translation of questionnaires may help with that in bringing the, improving the participation. So what do we know about migrant workers? Well, they often display a commitment and availability and a flexibility. They may accept lower wages, and so they become a preferred source of employees. And that's particularly the case for workplaces where there are rapid fluctuations in demand and a high turnover of unskilled employees, like seasonal farm work, for example. But the characteristics of migrant work are the 3 Ds: dangerous, dirty, and demeaning jobs, and that includes often
now also the connection hampers, I think. I do at the moment.
And all of those jobs are often people-facing, so they have been particularly vulnerable over the COVID crisis, and they often live in dormitories or work in crowded workplaces, which compounds the COVID problem. So our message for policymakers was that migrant workers need much better occupational and general health care. The focus is on research is often on ill health that they may or may not bring. Where it isn't attributable to the workplace. And for researchers, look, we need to know more about the people you're studying. It's often very unclear who they are. So workers come through a state-organised and monitored system. Agricultural workers in Australia have organised short-term visa systems. Term migrant workers, for instance, in South African mines.
I guess we've totally lost the sound from Debbie. I guess we have two options. I guess
the last thing I wanted to say was that migrant workers also may well be undocumented, and they're particularly vulnerable to.
Can you hear?
And that's it.
Deborah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
The connection is very bad, so I suggest.
Yeah, I think we've finished. I've just finished.
Yeah, for the future perspective. Yeah. Sorry for this, but cooperation.
It's too many people streaming movies at this time of night.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, sorry for this. I start the video again. I think we stop at this moment with this topic. Is this all right for you?
Yeah, well done.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for this. It's difficult to answer or have questions on your point of view. I think it is nice to share your PowerPoint later on, so people can directly act on your presentation. But thanks for your work in this working group and also the publishing of this work. And I will move on to the last speaker that will be loaded about the COVID-19 task group. I hope the connection is better with Belgium.
So I think Lode, he has sent a video for us to view because he cannot be here. So we're going to try the video. Hopefully it works.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, good day. I'm happy to present you the work that has been performed by the COVID-19 task force. This is a slide picture I took from the homepage of the OmahaNet website, and as you can see, we are quite well represented in the news of the website. There's a notification about the 2 updated OmahaNet questionnaires. There are also new resources available concerning the COVID-19 job exposure matrix, and we are also working on an evidence review of occupational risk of COVID-19. So I can say that I'm a happy task force leader with all these nice results, which are nicely presented as well. Let me take you through the main outcomes of our task group. In the first task group focused on COVID-19 questionnaires. As you might remember, we had 2 types of questionnaire, and currently a paper is being prepared on these questionnaires. If you are interested in this questionnaire and you want to use them, you can access them through the website of OmahaNet by clicking simply on the button request access. Then some data will be asked for you to share with us, and then you can have free access to the COVID-19 questionnaires. Second task group was on the job exposure matrix, and this job has been performed in the UK, Denmark, and the Netherlands, and also a paper has been published on this outcome already. The third task group was on COVID-19 as a work-related disease. There we split up the group. One group together with Kurt Strive and many of you, we have been working on a survey in order to map the recognition of COVID-19 as an occupational disease and make a comparison between the different European countries. At the moment, we are finalizing the paper, so we are almost ready for submission. And on the right, we have the evidence review of occupational risk of COVID-19, which we are performing together with the UK, Sarah Rhodes, Marty and Damien, and also Italy is involved, and other COVID-19 OMIHANET task force members. The question there is, the question we want to address is which occupations and sectors have an increased risk of COVID-19. However, it's quite a challenging question to answer since, there are many differences in COVID outcomes that can be measured, and not all data are easily accessible for researchers. It can concern, for example, the access to testing, but of course the testing also is a result of a motivation for testing. Also the guidelines per country can differ, so there also might be misclassification and delayed reporting. Also, the occupational indicators and sectors might be reported in different ways. Some are using jobs, others are using sectors like the NACE code. So this makes a bit difficult to make this comparison. There's also quite some confounding. We know that socioeconomic factors does play a role, and also it's not possible till date to unequivocally prove that COVID-19 transmission has occurred at the workplace on an individual level. And also the time variance might play a role as well. And of course, different mitigations were in place at different times and also in different countries. This is the picture in the UK, thanks to Sarah Rhodes. So different studies have been performed by making use of census data, mortality data, biobanking, but also surveys. Only in the UK you have different type of data that are available. In Belgium, we are following up a 14-day incidence of COVID-19 in employees and self-employed. Here I show you the graph since the beginning of our study. So we started in September 2020, and we have a 2-week report and update on this number. At the moment, we are on the 30th report. You can access at the link that I have provided here, and also we wrote a paper already about it. So as indicated in the previous slide, you see that the incidences vary over time, and that's depending on when exactly you look at the data and make a comparison between different sectors, you might come to different conclusions. But globally, I think it's fair to say that schools, so education, and healthcare, so hospitals, long-term care facilities, these were the 2 sectors that showed the highest risk. At the moment, the systematic literature review is progressing well. So a search string has been built. We are looking for cohorts, different type of studies that can help us to get an idea about the relative risk between the sectors. Quite some studies have been published, but after taking into account inclusion and exclusion criteria, you see we come at the moment to 58 studies, and at the moment data extraction is being performed, and also risk of bias is being assessed. We also send out a questionnaire to OMIHA members to look for unpublished reports and data. Some people have responded, and so we are now in contact with these people on how we can perform to include these data in this analysis. So I'm quite happy with the work that has been produced on a very short-term notice. So quite some of the outcomes have been published or are in the process of getting published. We are also still have plans about 2 other papers. Of course, the paper on the systematic review we want to publish, and also we are thinking of a protocol that we would like to develop and get published, so that this can be used to more uniformly collect data on COVID-19 in the workplace. So together with Kurt, I will take action on that. Thanks a lot for your attention. I'm happy to take any question, by preference by mail, since this is a recorded presentation. And since I'm not sure where I will be on Wednesday noon, so I decided to record, but there's a chance I'm online. If I'm online, feel free to pose any question. And if not, I wish you all the best and a good day. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you for this. I suggest to put on the cameras again, and we have some minutes to go. So that was not a challenge for the technical errors, but great that it was possible this way. So we have some minutes left, 5 minutes. So please feel free if there are any questions to any of the other presenters. Thanks again for other presenters for their overview and their insights in future plans and challenges. Are there any questions from the attenders to any of the speakers of this afternoon? You can unmute or otherwise raise your hand. I see somebody. Look, I have to scroll at a small screen at this moment. Is there anybody who have a question to any of them or in the chat? If not, still think about it. I will speak slowly. If not, you have some minutes more for the break. So you can take some coffee or tea or walking around to reduce sitting.
I will just say that we have another video coming up now at the beginning of the break. This is to prepare for the next session also. The video is about short-term scientific missions. So I think we will just start.
Short-term scientific missions are a networking tool that allows researchers to travel to other institutions and countries to develop specific technical competencies and also to exchange experiences, at the same time contributing to the action's goals. So far, OmegaNet has supported 20 completed STSMs, half of which involving less research-intensive countries. I think these have been a great networking opportunity, and we've asked Joana from Portugal, Camille from Poland, and Laura from Italy to tell us firsthand about their experiences. So let's hear their testimonies.
My short-term scientific mission took place in Belgium for 3 weeks between March and April 2019. The purpose of my short-term scientific mission was to investigate the impact of external job mobility in relation to the onset of chronic diseases. To this aim, I applied my statistical and epidemiological background to analyze medical data of more than 150,000 workers followed for 2007 years. In these 3 weeks, I learned to work in a multidisciplinary team. Furthermore, this mission gave me the opportunity to meet a lot of wonderful and kind people, to activate a collaboration with the Belgian group, which is still proceeding with other important projects, and to publish 2 scientific papers on this topic.
My name is Kamil Barański, and I work on the Department of Epidemiology, Medical University of Silesia in Katowice, Poland. My short scientific mission covered research and review of the occupational cohort studies from all over the world. Firstly, I developed strategy for the occupational cohort research that contained a specific combination of keywords. Secondly, I worked with datasets, especially Spanish population, where I focused on relation between night shift, cancer, and specific work profession. I learned how to prepare a proper report of reviewed publications. As well, I learned new statistical techniques used in analysis of big cohort datasets that considers relation, exposure, outcome.
The main purpose of my short-term scientific mission was to discuss and select potential instruments for occupational exposure data collection to be used in the next assessment wave of Generation 21, which is a birth cohort based in Porto. During my research visit at STAMI in Oslo, I learned how to work with different types of data sources, how to use a job exposure matrix, and how data registries are used for research. Therefore, working at STAMI with such an exceptional group of researchers and at such an early stage of my PhD has been a great learning experience and has truly shaped and improved my own work.
So we still have 2 minutes, don't we? Yeah.
And Raquel, I understand you're going to share your slides for your sessions. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. I can put them, share them right away if you would like.
Whenever you like, just checking. And then
Maria?
Yeah, it's fine if
would
you want
like
to. Yeah, please go ahead. And I'll just say something introductory before you start, Rachel.
Great. So I think you can hear me okay, and also the slides, right?
Yeah.
You can see them. Okay.
Excellent.
Great.
Would you like to say something, Michelle and Ingrid, before we start, or we start? Yeah.
I think whenever you're ready, Maria, it's okay. There may be people. Let's see. We have 64 people connected. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yes.
But whenever you like, I don't think I need to say anything, Ingrid. What do you think? You think you're unmuted? Ingrid, I missed that. I think you're on mute.
You are muted, Ingrid.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, thanks.
I was thinking that Maria may not need any introduction.
So maybe if we agree that it's now 2 p.m., we start this final session of the first day of this meeting. And this final session will be dedicated to other means of collaboration and of this spreading of excellence and inclusiveness than we've heard about during the previous sessions of the day. And the first one to present on these efforts is Rachel Lucas, who has been the grant awarding coordinator and has incessantly reminded us of the importance of using all our means in the toolbox to promote inclusiveness and dissemination of excellence and sharing excellence. So please, Rachel, go ahead and tell us.
Thank you. It's great to see all of you again. And this time we are again hosting the meeting from Porto, even if virtually. So I'm hoping that this is a great opportunity for us to discuss any of the outcomes of the action with regard, for instance, to the webinars and to the networking tools. So thank you so much, Maria, for your introduction. I've been the grant awarding coordinator for the action, but I'm also going to present some issues on the webinars. So in terms of what we did in the webinars, we had 7 webinars that are posted on the Action website and also on our YouTube channel. You can see the titles over here, and of the 7 webinars that we had, the first one had the most views, followed closely by the one in June, the second webinar in June on job exposure matrices. And we've actually had, I think, a very decent number of views on YouTube and also on the Action webinar. Website. We got some, so there's an indicator of adherence to webinars. Typically 50 to 75 people registered to participate on Zoom, in addition to the ones who followed us via YouTube. And among those who were registered, 25% were based in an inclusiveness target country and 10% were based in either a near neighbor country or an international partner country. Out of the a bit over 1,000 views of our channel on YouTube, about 400 were of webinars as of late March 2022. We did a very short and small poll in June 2021, where we had 17 people answering, and almost all of them said that the webinar format contributed well or very well to high quality training.
But the minority, which is understandable, considered that the webinar enabled the interactions well or very well. Even so, everybody was likely or extremely likely to participate in future webinars as reported in June 2021. In the action meeting in October 2021, we've asked people about the webinars again, and only out of 31 respondents had never heard of the webinar series, and the vast majority had attended one or more webinars. So I think this was a good experience, and which we can learn from to go on in the future. With regard to the specific cost networking tools, we start with the short-term scientific missions, which were the largest slice of the budget that was invested in the action. We had 24 grantees total up to this moment. We were on track to an increase in the number of short-term scientific missions from grant period 1 to grant period 2 to grant period 3. And then came COVID, of course, and this number was decreased to 2 STSMs in grant period 4, and we were able to recover to 3 STSMs in GP5. Although, of course, we would have liked these numbers to be higher. The mean duration was 28 days and the median 20 days, so about 3 weeks. And the shortest STSM lasted for 5 days, and the longest for more than 3 months. Only one of the STSM grantees was not an early career investigator, and half of those people were based in inclusiveness target countries. We had 15 different home countries that you can see listed over there, and 12 different host countries that are listed also as well. And if you would like to look at the geographic distribution of STSM, so now we have the countries that were only hosts in blue, countries that were only home countries, so sending countries were in yellow, and countries that were both home and host countries in green. And so ideally, of course, all countries would be both home and host, and some of them were. But we can see that there's a nice geographic dispersion of countries that were involved in some way in short-term scientific missions. And I think this is a good example of the actual networking that was conducted within the action. With regard to inclusiveness target countries conference grants, we gave 8 grants total. So in grant period 1, we had no applicants for this, but in grant period 2, we have had 5 applications for EPICO 2019, and then in GP3, 2 for the Croatian Congress on Occupational Health, and in grant period 4, we had 1 for EPICO 2021, and home countries were Croatia, North Macedonia, Portugal, and Serbia, where the researchers came from. We also awarded a dissemination meeting grant for EPICO 2021 in GP4 for the dissemination of action results. With COVID came also a set of different networking tools, virtual networking tools, including virtual mobility grants. We have had 3 grantees, all in grant period 4, which was the most affected by travel restrictions. We are planning on having an additional grantee in grant period 5. And the home countries for those grantees were Italy, Norway, and Portugal, and maybe also Palestine soon. Host countries were the Netherlands and Spain. We've also had a virtual networking support manager grant, which was which I received for being involved in different activities that had to do with virtual networking in the action, namely hosting working group and management committee meetings and giving support to applicants for virtual mobility grants, STSMs, and conference grants. helping with the webinar series hosting and posting on the YouTube channel, contributing to dissemination videos, such as the one that you saw before, and also promoting discussions and polls on virtual networking in the action. When we asked participants about virtual networking tools, about half of them, as reported in October last year, reported that they had considered applying to, recommending, or hosting a virtual mobility grant. And only a minority were not aware that those grants existed. They were actually well accepted, regardless of the fact that there were travel restrictions. Because only a very small number of people reported that they felt uncomfortable in applying to or recommending an STSM in person instead of a virtual over a remote networking tool. So they weren't seen as a replacement for in-person activities, but as a tool that was useful for its specific purposes. But you can find more details on the virtual mobility grants and other virtual networking activities, both in the strategy and in the reports, the virtual networking report that are posted on OmegaNet's website. So I think that's pretty much all that I had to tell you today. I will remain available for any questions or any comments that you would like to make with regard both to the webinars and specifically to the grants and to the virtual networking activities. And I'll be happy to answer your emails and to receive your comments and maybe to compile them if needed in the final report for the action. Any questions are also welcome now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. There's a mention of a video too in the program.
Yes, I think that's with, so that might be a previous version of the program, but the video was the one that was shown in the last break.
Yes, yes. So that refers to it. Yeah, I would like to ask you, if there are no other questions for the moment, which one of these tools would you really recommend to bring forward or put in focus for coming collaborations?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because they are actually very different from one another. So ITC conference grants have a very specific purpose and they cannot be replaced by any other sort of tool, and they've been useful. But you can get funding for conferences from different sources. I don't think that's abundant, but it's not specific to the action, although the works have to be connected to the action's goals. The one that stands out, I think, for me are the short-term scientific missions because they are in-person activities. So I think that's where the real networking happens, when people have the chance to visit other countries and other institutions and see how things go. And I think that people were very happy. So most STSM grantees that I've talked to, that I've chatted with about STSMs, they were happy. And they thought they will have been productive in terms of their own career development, which I think is probably the most important output of this, on the one hand. And on the other hand, they do contribute to the action. And we see from what the results were that many of the papers had contributions from people who were doing STSM. So I think there was a lot of actual hard outputs that were made possible or made easier because of short-term scientific missions. The virtual mobility grants have a very specific advantage, which is that whereas STSMs are designed to support travel and accommodation, so supporting the expenses that people have, and just that. Virtual mobility grants, they do not imply that you leave your home, but you will get some support in addition to your regular salary in order to perform that specific task. So it's they have a place, And I think that for people, and I think we may have discussed this briefly before, for people who have, you know, conflicting family, conflicting in a sense, well, who have to, you know, bring together family duties with work duties, virtual mobility grants might be a very good option in order for people to have a good work-life balance and to be able to network remotely. We weren't sure whether those virtual mobility grants were going to be made available now, but they are still available, so that they might still be an option in the future, which I think would be very much welcome. And moving forward, if we are to, if it will be possible in some way or another, one way or another, to extend this network. I think that we may want to think of those networking tools, virtual mobility grants and STSNs, as a set of options that we have and that respond to different individual needs and also to different types of objectives. I think that in the beginning of the action, and I'm about to end, so in the initial phase of the action, of the collaboration, in-person meetings are very, very important. Whereas when work has already been a lot of work developed, I think that virtual mobility grants might work also very well. So this was not my not so short answer to your question, Maria. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think very important, and maybe they can also, then as I think you are hinting at, be used in succession. So maybe a topic of collaboration is started. It's with in place collaboration, and maybe it continues as a virtual thing then. So maybe new combinations can be coming up.
Also, one thing that I remember in particular, Jean-Baptiste was mentioning, and which is obviously a concern for all of us, is carbon emissions, and the fact that we can, you know, have a networking tool that does not imply that we travel so intensively might be a very important option nowadays.
Yes, very true. So thank you very much, Rachel, for your presentation and all your work. And we'll go on to the training courses, which will be presented by Neil Pearce and Michelle Turner. Please.
I've put together a couple slides, and I can go through those if that sounds okay. And then if Neil's on the line, we hope to get his reflections, I think, on training schools in OmegaNet. So I'll try and share my screen here. So we've actually just completed our 4th training school just last week. So in OmegaNet in total, we have fully run 4 training schools. The first one was back in 2018. That was run in collaboration with the Florence Summer Training School. We had a 1-week training school in Florence. In 2019, we had a second in-person training school that focused on quantitative exposure assessment. And then unfortunately, in 2020, we had planned to go to Romania to hold an in-person training school there. And with COVID, we had to cancel that at the last minute, unfortunately. But I hope in the future we can go back and plan another event there. And then, you know, since 2020, we were kind of waiting and wondering to see what would happen with COVID. And then eventually in 2021, we decided to do an online training course, which I think it went really well. It was a course that was spread over 3 weeks with 2 afternoon sessions per week. Of about 3 hours in length. I think it was a successful course, but coming off of this 4th in-person training course that we just held in Barcelona, the experience for the students is vastly different. And I think that the students really experienced, were really happy to be in person in Barcelona and had a much more kind of collaborative and fun experience together. So those were the 4 training schools. This last training school we just held, it was already mentioned that it was held in collaboration with the Karolinska Institute, in particular with Theo Bodin and his team that investigates precarious work. There were about between 20 and 40 students per training school, depending on whether it was in person or online. And all of the materials from all of the training schools you can find on our website. So for our first training school that we held in Florence, for example, you can find the PowerPoint presentations online. For the online training course that we did last year, you can see the videos of the lectures. And then this year, we'll also plan to put the contents from the training school online as well. So this is the first part of the agenda for our very recent training course. We were a little bit nervous about organizing an in-person school and just decided in January that we would go ahead with an in-person school. And there was a lot of enthusiasm and support for that. And in total, we had, I think, around 10 or 12 faculty members from around Europe and also from the United States as well. That covered a range of different disciplines in occupation and health. And we also had 28 students that were accepted from 17 different OmegaNet countries in the training school. Unfortunately, though, we ended up losing 3 faculty members due to COVID diagnosis at the last minute. And we also lost 2 students from Moldova, unfortunately, due to travel, due to the closure of the airspace in Moldova. But despite that, it was really great to see all the other faculty members cover for each other if someone couldn't attend the school in person. So we're grateful for everybody's flexibility. All of the students, they completed the course, they completed 2 exercises, and they received a certificate of completion of the training course. We have a lot of evaluations received on different topics from the last training courses. This is just from the last training school in Barcelona, where the vast majority of participants overall rated the course as excellent, some as very good, and there were no responses of good, fair, or poor. So I think that's a great overview. I think everybody had a great time being together in person for the first time after so many years of online work. These are some of the kind of text responses to our last evaluation questionnaire that we just received this week. Just kind of a summary of the strengths of the course that the students reported. They really liked, I think, being together in person, networking with each other. They liked having a diversity of topics and new topics, new collaborations with people that they hadn't met before. They thought that all the speakers were very enthusiastic and knowledgeable about their topics. And they liked, I think, the broad geographic coverage of the speakers and also of the students in the course. Some things that we could maybe change in the future is that we had one main group assignment, and I think that the students really enjoyed that assignment and would like more group assignments in a future course and more time for group discussions with the other students in the course. Some also said that they would like more on statistical methods, and others said that they would like more on qualitative studies. So I think thinking about the different types of research methods and maybe putting something together that combines kind of a broad overview, including qualitative research, could be nice in the future. So I'll stop there, and maybe I'll turn it over to Neil. If
yeah, I'd just like to say that normally Michelle does 95% of the work and I do a tiny amount, but at least I show up and get some of the credit. But this time I was one of the people who got sick and eventually tested positive for COVID. So Michelle organized the whole thing and Manolis did my lectures for me. So thanks to both of them. So I wasn't there, but it seems to have been very successful, as were the previous courses.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was successful. I'm glad it wasn't the first course that we did with all of the problems with COVID and other things.
Yeah.
And we were changing the program from day to day, but overall, I think it worked out great. So hopefully we can continue to do this type of training course in Europe in the future, in one way or another.
Yeah, because that's the obvious question, isn't it? So do you have anything more to tell us about this, or would you like to come back on it?
It's a good question. I think we've been discussing different options. I think we're just kind of waiting to see now if we're able to get more funding, because in terms of organizing the training school, none of the lecturers get paid. Everybody volunteers their time to be a faculty member in the training course. A lot of the students pay their own way to attend the training course. The courses are free, but most of the budget goes towards supporting students largely from international, near neighbor, what's the terminology? Inclusiveness target countries to attend the course. And so that's where most of the money is spent. I think it'd be fairly easy to organize more online courses for a low fee in the future. But it would be really nice to bring people together. I think it was just a whole other experience compared to the last online course that we did. And I think we should really try and bring people together in person if we can somehow.
Veramente, cioè, a parte quei 3-4 mila oligarchi che sono ricchi, famiglie.
So, are any comments or questions for Neil or Michelle with regard to these training courses?
Brief comment from some participants on these trainings, particularly the PhD from Romania that had participated. They were very glad, and I think that is also an encouragement for them to communicate and to share projects with persons from their age, from other countries. They were very much impressed with what other people were doing, and it is also a way for them to be included in this sector. So I also think there are very good things, and thank you. Thanks to all the one that has organized them. They're very, very good.
And Marina, did they participate online or in person?
One of them participated online for the course that was online, and the other was in Barcelona this time. And indeed, the girl that was in Barcelona, she came very enthusiastic and with a lot of ideas and hopes that she will continue somehow to implement what she have learned there. So, but also the online course was interesting and useful for the development for these early career researchers. So somehow I would keep them both, depending, of course, of budget, of other of the general context.
Thank you. I see a raised hand from Sakia.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you very much for those presentations, and especially for our training courses that I attended to the online one. It was fantastic. So I was just wondering, Michelle, if there is a chance that those kind of courses, online courses, would be maintained, and what would be the conditions to maintain them? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. And I think that, in our institution, and I'm sure other institutions here, we have the capability now of offering high quality online courses. And I think, with the amazing group of researchers we have in OmegaNet, it was so easy to invite people to be faculty members and to donate their time to give lectures. So I think I think that it's certainly possible to consider to do more online schools in the future. Yeah, and we've been thinking maybe of collaborating with other kind of scientific societies in organizing that. I think right now we're waiting. In the next, say, 2 to 3 months, we're going to know if we can get more funding to continue. And I guess depending on what we hear about that, then we can make some decisions about whether or not to proceed with more online training or try to plan some more in-person courses or a combination of both. But, yeah.
So in the very bad case that OmegaNet do not receive the funding she deserves, how do you plan to get the people of the network informed about the maintaining of the online courses? Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And we've been discussing that in terms of, maintaining the mail list, maintaining the website, maintaining the social media.
Okay.
So we hope to keep all those things running either way and keep everyone in contact.
Thank you. This is a very nice information. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I see in the chat a comment from Manolis Kogevinas to everyone also that this is really an important topic for the discussions tomorrow on about how we continue. So that's something we can all sleep on a bit, as we say in Sweden. I don't know if you say that in other countries too, and come back to tomorrow. So thank you very much for this. And now we have an eminent panel for a concluding discussion on the contribution of OmegaNet to the spreading of excellence and inclusiveness. And this panel, I'm very happy to say, includes Kinga Polanska from Poland, who came to this network with a great experience from working with birth cohorts and a European network on birth cohorts. There is Dragan Mijakovski from Macedonia, who has worked with both traditional fields like occupational asthma and also burnout. So both challenging fields in the OmegaNet project, and also Maria Otelea from Romania, who has also worked with these position papers. And finally, Bettina Crespi from Sweden and Italy, who has worked with new fields in occupational epidemiology, like precarious work and migrant workers. So I'm very happy that you agreed to participate. And first, we'll have Kinga Polanska giving her comments. And I've asked the panelists to first comment on how they think that OmegaNet has contributed. Has it contributed, yes, maybe, or no, to the spreading of excellence and to inclusiveness, and maybe to focus on one of these points. And then there will be another question asked for the last part of the panel time. But please go ahead, Kinga.
Thank you very much, Maria. So I'm Kinga Polanska from Noffer Institute of Occupational Medicine in Poland, in Łódź. And on behalf of myself and Małgorzata Kowalska and her team from Medical University of Silesia in Katowice in Poland, I would like to express our Polish impressions of cooperation. So first of all, I need to say that participation in OmegaNet enhanced and boosted our knowledge and experiences, for sure, thanks to participation in work packages and tasks. Then I need to stress out that OmegaNet cooperation gave an opportunity to young Polish scientists to train in international teams. So I have listed summer school in Florence, internship in Barcelona, and internship in London. And the next one, yeah. And then participation in OmegaNet activities has stimulated us to create the first Polish cohort study focused on the changes in the quality of life and mental health of medical students and young physicians. So this POLEC cohort was initiated by Medical University of Silesia, and that was presented during our last OmegaNet meeting. And then OmegaNet cooperation contributed significantly to the development of young scientific and academic staff and resulted in new scientific research in international teams. And first, I would like to stress out the EXPANSE project. This is the project founded under Horizon 2020. This is the 5-year project with involvement of 20 institutions from 14 European countries and the US. This project is led by Utrecht University. And I would like to tell you the story of my involvement in that EXPANSE project. So during our OmegaNet meeting in Porto in 2018, I presented our Polish cohorts, and during the break, Roel stopped me and asked if I would like to be involved in new projects. So at that time, they were working on the application, EXPANSE application. So I was really honored to be involved. We were succeed, and right now we have the possibility to work together. So I can say that OmegaNet is the mother or father of my involvement in EXPANSE. Then I want to mention the next project, which is Synchros project. This is also funded under Horizon 2020. And the goal of this project is to coordinate and support for synchronizing cohorts and population surveys in Europe and worldwide. And OmegaNet is also mentioned and stressed out, pointed in Synchros repository. And then Medical University of Silesia in Katowice joined the international group implementing the other project, Meteor project, which is also founded under Horizon 2020. And the project focuses on the job retention in physicians and nurses working in the hospitals in 4 European countries, Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy, and Poland. And I need to say that I'm very sorry that I was not able to host you in Poland. That was planned to organize the meeting in Poland, but of course, because of COVID pandemic, it was not possible. So I'm sorry for this. And in the end, I would like to thank OmegaNet, to thank all of you for opportunities, for experiences, for all the knowledge. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Kinga. And then the word goes to Dragan to comment on the achievements or non-achievements of the OmegaNet. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present my opinion about the spreading of excellence and inclusiveness during the OmegaNet action. So I will share with you my personal experience with OmegaNet, and you can conclude whether this action was inclusive or not inclusive. Now on the next slide. So I joined the OmegaNet during the second management committee meeting in Barcelona in February 2018. And then I joined the working groups that were active in the field of psychosocial factors and burnout, also in allergy group. And after that, I joined the group on cancer and in a group about COVID-19 as an occupational disease. So at the meeting in Barcelona, I was also involved in the work of the short-term scientific mission committee, and Dr. Raquel Lucas was a grant award coordinator. Next slide, please. And these are some of the photos that were captured during the meeting in Barcelona. And the next slide. And after that, I applied about the possibility to join and to participate at the training course in Florence, in Firenze, in Italy. about the modern methods in occupational epidemiology. And it was a nice pleasure to meet some of the colleagues, to meet excellent faculty, and to talk about the possibilities and about the rules that have to be applied when conducting some studies, especially longitudinal prospective studies. The next slide, please. And I also had an opportunity to present at the meeting in Stockholm in April 2019. And I present my points of view at the session that was dedicated to young researchers. And the next slide. After that, I obtained a grant to participate at the 27th International Epidemiology and Occupational Health EPICOH conference in New Zealand. And also in New Zealand, me and my colleague Dr. Stoleski had an opportunity to share our thoughts about conducting some cohorts in our country, especially in healthcare workers. Next slide, please. And then came the Croatian Congress on Occupational Health, when I presented the OmegaNet action at the Congress. And this presentation was made together with Dr. Jelena Macan, which is OmegaNet representative from Croatia. The next slide, please. And finally, I had the opportunity to attend a short-term scientific mission in Lausanne, in Switzerland, and special thanks to Irina for hosting me and for showing me the activities that I had to do during my stay in Lausanne. After that came COVID, and we have some delay in conducting this systematic review. But before 4 or 5 days, we submitted the paper in one of the journals, and we are waiting now the thoughts of the reviewers. Next slide, please. And I also had an opportunity to present some of our research from at the EPICOH 2021, and also I applied for a grant as a researcher from ITC country, from Macedonia. And after that, the next slide, please. So together with the colleagues from the Allergy subgroup, we made a questionnaire about management of occupational asthma in European countries. And together with my professor, Dr. Jordan Minov, and together with my colleague, Dr. Vivi Schlunsen, and especially with comments of Dr. Ingrid, we made a questionnaire and distributed to OmegaNet community. You can see from which countries we obtained answers till now, but we are stimulating colleagues from other countries to send responses, and that will be an opportunity to write a paper or communication and to send to some of the journals. And after that, these are some of the papers that I was included, especially in the field of occupational burnout and occupational asthma. So I really had an opportunity to be actively involved in different activities of OmegaNet cost action. And the final slide, I think so. Thank you all the colleagues from OmegaNet about my active involvement in the activities of this cost action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dragan, for this nice description of inclusion. So we go on with Martina then. Please, Martina. Marina, sorry, Marina. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I didn't prepare the formal presentation, but it doesn't mean that I'm not very much grateful to what Omega.net has developed as opportunities for me and also for my Romanian colleagues, because most of all I'm thinking about our PhDs that have participated either in short missions and I want to thank to Anne-Christine Fell for hosting them, or in trainings, as I already mentioned, either online or in person. And I think this is a very important achievement. There were also other PhDs that have participated to meetings to the in-person meetings. And I'm thinking about one dermatologist that was involved in a PhD thesis on occupational dermatology. So she had the opportunity to meet other colleagues from other countries, to exchange ideas, and also to improve her research. There was also one short mission for myself, even if I'm not a very young researcher, unfortunately. Still, I have to learn, and I have a pleasure to learn. So I went to the nice team in Torino. Milena Maule and Professor Ricciardi were the ones that have showed me how they have managed an online cohort. So it was also something interesting to find out. Concerning the trainings, I hope that we will have that training school once in Bucharest. I'm happy it is still somewhere in the agenda, not very clear where, but maybe it will pop up at a certain point in time. I'm happy to hear that other trainings for new researchers will be continued in a way or another. And definitely the Barcelona Institute is a very good organizer of that kind of trainings, and very good experience with that. I also hope that we will continue what we have started in the Allergy group or in the Burnout group, because there were interesting discussions, interesting topics. Some of them have been finalized in papers, but I think there's a lot of other collaborative things that we can develop together. And just for the conclusion, I think that the best thing will be for the future to find out cooperation with more countries from our side, from the inclusiveness side in the European projects. I'm happy that the Polish team has that opportunity. Congratulations, very good. And at some point in time, I hope that Romania will join them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. And now the word goes to Bettina Kreshpai, who just completed her PhD.
Yes.
And please give your comments and reflections from your point of view.
Yes. So it's nice hearing all of you, first of all, and it's maybe because I just finished the PhD, so I have still like quite a nostalgic vibe in myself. And I was just in Stockholm a few weeks ago, and I'm a postdoc in Denmark. And when I heard Michelle saying that 4.5 years ago this project started, it made me think where I was 4 years ago, and I started just my PhD in Stockholm. And just a few months after, I started with this first course in Florence, and then just ended up with the last course last week in Barcelona, spreading what precarious employment is and standard employment, and once again listening to so many nice presentations from other way more senior researchers. So I did not present. I did not create a presentation, but I thought that the OmegaNet sort of shaped my 4 years of PhD. And from right away, it gave like to a really young and first time researcher a hint of how passionate you can be in epidemiology, where maybe sometimes it's portrayed as like being only numbers, statistics, and so objective, and then all these senior researchers being passionate about this definitely gave me even more energy to start my PhD and complete it. And all along, it has been really nice to be either in the manuscripts that we have published through OmegaNet, so the Precarious Employment one with Theo and all the rest of the team, but also the migrant workers manuscript with Deborah, Ingrid, and many others. So the activities are plenty, and I hope they can be still for many other young researchers or also less young. But they have been really fruitful in many different ways, from the learning perspective, for sure, but also the interaction perspective. You start a PhD and it's not necessarily, being a PhD student across Europe varies a lot. It's really, really different experience. And then you meet so many different PhD students in different fields or similar fields. And then you see that there is a net that you can reach out also as a young researcher. And then you start sharing ideas and understanding how things are done in a different way, which is not obvious at all when you start, that there are other ways than what you do in your research group. So all this, so the learning and the sharing with other researchers, and I didn't do an exchange, but I'm sure that has been also great through the OmegaNet. Have been definitely valuable. And also an extra thing has been nice to see that across all the topics that the OmegaNet has tried to develop in the occupational epidemiology, there has always been also a room for new exposures like precarious employment or like the willingness to increase what is missing out. So first there were no cohorts, let's create that. And Michelle has guided this all huge work on like trying to gather the cohorts across Europe. But then like what is missing? And then we were just discussing in Barcelona, maybe migrant workers are missing cohorts on them. So it feels like this innovative part keeps being core of the OmegaNet. So I hope it will be granted even more fast and it can continue to see, we can all continue to see this development.
Thank you, Bettina. And I think then it's very natural to ask the question, given what we now have learned during the 4.5 years, what is it that we should carry with us to be even better in the continuation, either if that is funded or if it's collaboration which is continuing anyhow? So I'll now ask you, Bettina, what would your first thoughts be of this?
So what could be even continued or strengthened?
Yeah, what could be, what could be even better? What should be even more in focus or done differently?
I think the collaborations have worked so far for the manuscript incredibly well, for considering that all researchers have their own way to work. And then you cluster them in a topic and then you ask them to sort of like agree upon things that maybe someone has worked for many years. So that I think it works quite naturally, I would say. So that is for sure to be kept. I don't know if there can be more standardized way of like maybe showing how a collaboration can be for younger researchers. It's not obvious for many PhDs or even there were now some bachelor students in the course in Barcelona even. It's not obvious how to even start a collaboration or how to collaborate with someone else. So maybe even like something even more basic at some point could be helpful on how to share and coordinate and all this. Maybe I was lucky to be in a group that has always been quite inclusive and open in that sense. But it feels like for many young researchers, it's not obvious. how to reach out. So the exchanges is for sure, and they should be even more. And maybe they can be, I was thinking now that someone was speaking, like maybe they can be often the masters in public health, not necessarily focus on occupational epidemiology. So maybe trying to reach the masters on like spreading the word of OmegaNet somehow. I don't know in which specific way, but it could like attract even more future young researchers in the occupational field. That could be also a way.
Thank you very much. So then we go on with Marina. What are your thoughts? What could we focus even more or do better?
Well, I think that this experience that the PhD students had with going abroad, it could be somehow continued. Not necessarily because, of course, it depends on the funds, but this online experience with different tutors or participation in courses that are for in different countries for PhDs would be an idea in this network, and probably will not get let's say too much resources if they are kept online. And of course, I think that let's say the good interaction we had with each other will make us also to focus on common projects, as I said. I think that's very important to find out and to know now a little bit on what are the interests, the scientific interests of other people, and try to bring together this energy, not only in writing reviews or in the position papers, but also in writing projects.
Thank you. And Dragan, what are your reflections?
Thank you once again. I think that the continuation of this network will be very, very, very valuable for both experienced researchers and also for young researchers. And also there are always possibilities to make new connections, to work together with some other networks. For example, in Southeast Europe, we have a network, Southeast European Network on Workers' Health. And we are working together with colleagues from Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Turkey. So now we are planning to use that network as a platform for teaching and as an online platform for young researchers in order to share experiences and maybe to conduct some research on some studies on the field. So I think that networking and cooperation is very valuable both for experience and also for young researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kinga, your reflections, please.
Yes, as the last one, so that's what I wanted to mention, already stress out. So for me, the most important is networking and collaboration. And I think it's also crucial for young researchers. So I think the conferences, courses, STSM are really crucial, especially for young scientists. So this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've had some great input from our panelists. Is there anyone else who would like to share some reflection at this stage? There is a comment from Mary Schubauer, who encourages everyone to join EPICO for networking and collaboration. In addition to this network.
Maria, tell us your opinion about what we should do better.
First, I think I would like to say that I'm actually positively surprised by how much people have been willing to work without pay and really tackle difficult things, not only the low-hanging fruits, but the really difficult things. So things which we already have been dealing with, but to a large extent have been, I'm sorry to say, a mess. I mean, to try to tackle what is burnout, for instance. I think that's impressive. And the other thing, to take on the really new challenging things like migrant workers and precarious work. I mean, I was happy when someone volunteered to do this and wanted to take a lead on this, but I was maybe not so optimistic about how it would succeed. So that's the first thing, that there is an enormous underused potential in collaboration, and that untapped resource or energy and knowledge comes both from young researchers, both from the very well-established research environments and new research environments which don't have so much resources maybe, but a lot of dedication and enthusiasm. So I think we have maybe underrated our capabilities, and I think we really now have a strong platform to show up, and we should not underestimate what we have. So the focus for the future, I think that this exchange between the research environments, where you sit down focused on a specific topic and where someone has a little bit of extra time to do it. So like the missions where you really go to the other research environment, or where you have these virtual opportunities, which I think is great because you get working time. But I also think that this network between the young researchers, which can be established through training courses, is important, because we have a generational shift, and we have all these new environments which need to sort of get into these networks, as you were explaining, Dragan, how one can extend the networks and maybe benefit a little bit from what's been done here, while one has a regional network, for instance. So I'm afraid it's not a very clear answer. I demanded that from others. So I was a bit surprised when I had to answer myself, but what would be my reflections? Anyone else? Ingrid, please.
Yes, I have noticed how those some researchers who have been involved in cost actions previously, like in the Standard network and the Modernet, they had a sort of kickstart compared to the others with regard to what is a cost action, and they already had a network going, so they could continue on that. So now that we have a network going, I think we can continue and produce much more and collaborate further to lift occupational health in Europe even further in the years to come.
Yes, I think that's quite true. It also struck me. So, if there are no other comments at present, there's still place for comments and reflections tomorrow, when there is a special part of a program dedicated to the future work. I just want to put your highlight that there is a chat link for young researchers who want to join the network in EPICO, dedicated to young researchers. And otherwise, I wish all of you a very nice afternoon and evening, and see you all tomorrow morning. Are there any special things you would like to mention, Ingrid or Michelle?
I would like to urge all the management committee members to participate at the management committee meeting. It will be our last MC meeting, so I hope all MC members will be there, and to also discuss this final report. I sent out a very preliminary draft of the final report and want to have some comments and suggestions from you to that, either at the meeting or after the meeting.
Oh, thank you very much. Afternoon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye to everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Ingrid, can you, we have a special Zoom connection for tomorrow's management committee meeting, I guess. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same. That's right. So should have maybe said that. So that's to register for the management committee meeting. The link is in the agenda for the meeting, for the other meeting. Yeah.